Good morning. We're all trying to figure out where and what, so I'll message the group.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the,
You're on mute.
what
Oh, I've got my speaker off. You're not muted.
I'm putting it in right now.
Okay.
Sure I get it in there, and I'll send I'll send it out via email. And then let me go here quickly. Yeah, I sent everybody an email. There it is.
Lacoste wants me to go through the victims' lives and find the overlaps and compare their histories with the incidents. What else do we have going?
and start the recording. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I've had that one too. Frank was a bad drunk. And when the first year that the Panthers played, they played at Clemson. And the second year, you know, they didn't, what was the name of the stadium? Erickson Stadium. It was called Erickson back then. The second year they played at home. And I had a PE teacher, Frank, who was a really bad drunk, alcoholic. And he fell off the wagon and he didn't show up for work one Monday morning after the Sunday ball game there in town. And I got a call, I don't know, about 10:30, collect call. That was back in the day before cell phones. I got a collect call at the school, and the secretary said, Todd was my secretary, said, got a call from Frank, he's collect. He was calling from the drunk tank on the payphone over in the Mecklenburg County Jail. He got drunk, climbed up on one of the Panther statues out in front of the stadium. They had to get him down. Of course, they locked him up. They put him in Panther jail there in the stadium, and then they had to transfer him to the drunk tank. We went through employee assistance and got Frank some help that he needed, but Frank fell back off the wagon again and didn't show up. And I had become pretty well known in the area, and I got a call from a bar that said, Frank's, you know, here drinking his breakfast. And I went to the bar and fired Frank in the bar. And then Frank sobered up about 3 days and showed up at work after I'd already fired him. And you know, that's trespass. We'd already got us a long-term sub, and we're looking for a replacement. Not hard to replace a PE teacher, thankfully. But yeah, that was a pretty ugly scene. And Frank, you know, and I'm quite sure Frank didn't even remember me firing him in the bar. He was so drunk the time I got there about lunchtime. But yeah, these are the things that you go through, and you know, you got to know the rules. You got to know, but the big part of it is you got to build a relationship. And that's why I had in one of our activities had you know, find out who the EA people are. You've got to build a relationship with them, because sometimes they're not, although it's their job, they're not real good at doing it. And they don't get you the information that you need, and understanding that you can't just stand, you know, your kids can't stand out in the hall because the room's locked, there's nobody in there, or you can't just put them in there by themselves. It's kind of urgent, you know, in our business that, you know, I've told you I only know 2 things about school. The teachers and the kids have got to be in the room, and if they're engaged, you got a shot. If one of those 3 is not there, that's the 3 things it takes. It's kind of like, you know, making biscuits. You need flour, milk, and lard. You know, it's the same thing in school. You need 3 things: teacher, kids, engagement. And if one of them's not there, you got problems. And you know, the first and foremost being, you know, your first job is make sure somebody's in the room. Then we've talked all semester long about, you know, delivery, you know, engagement. You got to actually have somebody who can teach in the room. And so, you know, good morning, everybody. That leads me to my first rant of the morning. Well, I guess it'll be the second rant of the morning. What's going on at Myers Park? Anybody know what's going on at Myers Park in Charlotte? Anybody keeping up with that one? So federal authorities have shown up, state and local authorities have shown up. They've relieved the principal at Myers Park over sexual assaults on campus that not only didn't get reported, but threatened students who reported and took punitive action against them. Suspended the girl who reported the rape or the sexual assault. And so my wife was quizzing me last night, because she knows that's what I used to do. That was as the deputy, that was the big deal. Somebody has to sign off on that discipline report that goes to the state at the end of every year that has, that's a high school, that has all of your suspensions, your acts of crime and violence, and all of those things. And my wife said, why won't these people report? And I said, because they get punished. She said, what do you mean? I said, don't you remember when I used to have to go and let all those people go? And you'd say, but honey, where did they go? And I'd say, well, they had to go home. Do you not remember all those years that I did all those bad things and wore a suit every day? And when I would go to a school, I'd see people run. They were so afraid because I was there, because that meant somebody was going home. Well, that's the problem. So it goes back to what we talked about with that disciplinary reporting manual, when we talked about Dale's top 10, is persistently dangerous schools. And so I want to cover that one again this morning. The North Carolina disciplinary reporting manual says all the things that have to be reported, and they're coded as to their severity. So let me share my screen. I've got that one cleaned up, and we're going to link that back to the law here. So when we go to, let's see which one, there it is. Can y'all see that? So here, according to the state of North Carolina, and South Carolina is the same thing, because this is all driven by federal law. Remember, federal law, state law, local board policy in that order in terms of priority. So when an incident occurs on a campus, and we're going to use North Carolina as the example, they're coded when you enter them into Power School, the system. Remember, you have to report everything. Doesn't matter if you suspended them or not. That's an outcome. We report incidents, and this is the manual that tells you all that and gives you all the scenarios. I don't care if it's nothing more than disrespect, or it doesn't matter what it is, and it doesn't matter what you assign. Everything has to go in that system. Well, as you can see, robbery with a dangerous weapon, robbery with firearm or explosive device, sexual offense, sexual assault, taking indecent liberties, assault on school personnel, bomb, that one, alcohol, these are ROs, but there are your PDs. Now you say, well, Dale, what does PD stand for? It stands for persistently dangerous. Go up to the top here. Assault, and serious injury, weapon, rape. So you've got rape, sexual offense, sexual assault, indecent liberties. And if you don't know what those are, the definition is very graphic. I'll warn you before you read them right here in the same manual. Now that PD designation again goes back to No Child Left Behind. Everybody forgets, or that's never read No Child Left Behind legislation from 30 years ago this year, said two things about kids. They don't have to go to low performing academic schools. This is federal legislation, every state. And they don't have to go to persistently dangerous schools. We identified 16 acts of crime and violence. Now, the acts of crime don't count against you. That's those ROs. However, the acts of violence do count against your total to be considered a persistently dangerous school under federal law. You have to self-report. Therein lies the problem. There are 4 sexual infractions, and that's how I said, don't get involved in investigating these things, because what happens is, number one, you are not qualified. Number two, no matter the outcome, you're going to be accused of covering up what's going on, because it's in your best interest as a school person to cover it up. You get 5 PDs for every 1,000 students. That's 1 for every 200. Don't be an idiot here and say, well, I don't have 1,000 kids, so it doesn't affect me. No, it's 0.5%, 0.5%. If you exceed that threshold, the first year you do, you go on a watch list. And I used to have to work with those schools to try to get them off the watch list and pray that they're, looking at antecedent behaviors, the little things that become the big things. We would go back and track their data. You got a lot of inappropriate displays of affection. We'd do monitoring in schools, send teams in. We'd see too many kids, you know, you're going to have sexual infractions, the big ones, if you let the little ones slide. Kind of like Jimmy and Willie in the second case study. You got to stop those because they don't stop at holding hands and kissing, unfortunately. And so that's the ones that get you the most, is the rape, indecent liberty, sexual assault, sexual offense. Those count against your total. And the first year, you got to have the state sends an auditor out in the spring. They use that instrument that I showed you. They don't just come and look for whatever specific thing that caused you to be on the list, whether it was rape or, you know, too many assaults, serious injury or whatever. They do an entire audit using that instrument that I use. That's the one that I developed when they would come out and do those audits. I would watch, take notes, use, you know, that super safe school that's got a lot, and I've narrowed it down over the years. This is what, when the state comes and does an audit of the school, they audit you from top to bottom. They send a person out, stays 2 days. That's a part of it. Your data, your school safety plan. You have to file an addendum to your school improvement plan, a school safety plan. All those things have to be done. You have to do in service with your teachers on antecedent behaviors, and that's where that slideshow came from. You have to do that with your school. You got to go through all of that. Then you're just on the watch list. What happens if you're on the watch list? What happens if you exceed your total for a second year in a row? Well, it's real simple. One of two things happens by federal statute. Either every child in that school is transported at district expense to the school of their choice in your district, or you have to reconstitute the school. What does reconstitute the school mean? That means we fire all the administrators and make the teachers reapply for their jobs. First time that we had a persistently dangerous school in CMS was Cochran, and we let them choose, and they all decided they wanted to go to Ballantyne, a 2-hour bus ride, and they completely disrupted J.M. Robinson. It was a disaster. So after that, we said, no more. We're just going to reconstitute. So the second one was Coolwood, and the longtime principal there, I just loved her. Sherry, you got to go. All your APs got to go home. You know, we can't do this again. And so we ask people to tell on themselves. We demand that they tell on themselves. And so, number one, they don't tell the police. Number two, they find that, you know, nothing to see here. Keep moving along, and it becomes a habit. Just like at Butler with the ball player, they covered up the first two. They were obligated to cover up the third sexual assault that he had. The only difference was that time it was witnessed by a civilian, a contractor that was out working at the ball field on the scoreboard, and he filed a police report. Retro, as Scooby-Doo would say. And the principal, all the APs, and even the data manager had to go home. But it becomes an exercise in probability. When you had your methodology course, your qualitative and quantitative, you learned that probability is the basis for all inferential statistics. Probability. What are the odds? What are the chances? You learned about significance and error. You know, significance doesn't speak to how important something is. We think that's what it means, but no, it speaks to our technique. It speaks to chance and error. It speaks to probability. And so here's what it used to be is, and I would say this all the time, people out in schools are trying to figure out they're smarter than I am. I mean, that's what this is based on. What is the probability that I'm smarter than him? You know, if I turn myself in, I know I'm going to lose my job if we exceed this total. And so I'm working on the probability. Am I smarter than him? Can I cover this up? Can I not get caught? If I get caught, I'm going to lose my job. But there's some probability there. If I turn myself in, it's a guarantee. Absent ethics, what does everybody choose? They choose, I'll take my chances that I'm smarter than him. It's just probability. But a big part of ethical leadership or servant leadership, ethical leadership, is you do the right thing. You know, we trade on our reputation, our ethics as administrators. And if you can't be honest, have critical conversations, if you can't report accurately, this is what happens. And now it's a thing. Charlotte Mecklenburg is now under federal court order. They're sending auditors. The Office of Civil Rights is on them. They've had to let people go. And I mean, this has shaken the entire foundation of the organization. Public trust is at an all-time low. Students are going to be leaving at mid-year in high schools all over the district. It's become a crisis. And I don't mean of small proportions. I don't know. There's a lot of folks who are not going to be able to survive this. Simply because, again, you got to understand, these laws have real life impact. And nobody can give you permission to break the law. And my wife said to me last night, how come all this has happened? I said, well, the first thing they did when too many incidents were happening, they took and reduced all the staff in the central office so that they wouldn't be out there checking on schools and finding out. They didn't want to know. That was their response. Instead of starting to work with people, it was easier just to suppress the reporting or the enforcement, the enforcement arm of the organization. All that staff that I used to have that was in that division, she said, but Lisa has that job now. You know, Lisa's like our oldest child. Lisa has that job now, which she does. I said, but Lisa's problem is she's only got a couple of people now. She's an executive director, and her staff to ride to work with her in the same car. That's why CMS is in the mess it's in. I used to have 40 people. She's got 4. So that was CMS. So CMS is not an innocent in this. The district, the organization, is not an innocent in this. They shifted their priorities and personnel to other areas, because we're progressive and all that. No, it's easier to cheat. But that cheating comes back. It comes home to roost. Sometimes in a big way like this, where the very foundation of the district is now been shaken and may never recover. And sometimes it's just on smaller things. And so, for example, I had a new principal at Morgan School. For those of you who know anything about school districts, you have varying levels of what we call public separates. You have like a metro school for severe and profoundly handicapped. You have discipline schools like Turning Point and those things. But you also have, sometimes in larger districts, you have schools like Morgan School for your violent kids. They all are exceptional children, but they're the ones that are violent. You have the padded rooms, and you have all of those things. And so we have Morgan School, which is in the old. It's confusing. It's in the old Metro School location downtown, between Stonewall and what used to be 2nd Street, which is now Martin Luther King, where the old Ed Center was. There's 2 schools, the old Metro, the original school, and then they built a new Metro next door, Taj Mahal of facilities. And the old Metro school they gave to Morgan School. Well, you said, Dale, that's a lot of detail we didn't need to know. Well, it's important in that when you convert a school that was for severely and profound to a place for violent offenders, it's not really set up the way it needs to be set up physically. It's not designed for that. It's not built for that. And so they were trying to get a kid into the padded room that was being very violent, but the building not being built the right way, the door opened the wrong way. Very important in that one of the behavior modification technicians they were trying to physically get the kid in there, and he was a big kid. Somehow he got caught in the door. And when I say it separated his shoulder, I mean it tore his arm off. I mean, it was gruesome. Obviously didn't leave his body, but it basically tore his arm off in that door. And of course, he went out on leave immediately and had to get multiple surgeries and was out for pretty much a whole year. And so about 2 months into his leave and surgeries, I got a call from the division, one of the divisions that reported to me. Our legal department said we were being sued over denying his workman comp claim. And I said, well, why did we deny the man's workman comp claim? So I had to go over and see that much. They reported to me as well. Why'd you not? We said, well, the principal, we checked, then it was NC Wise, now it's Power School. We checked NC Wise and it said it was assault without serious injury. I said, what? This was reported as assault without serious injury. And so I, hot-footed it over to Morgan School to see the new principal. Why did you report this as assault without? Well, I didn't want to count against our total, but that has nothing to do. She said, well, they said that he would eventually regain use of his arm, so I didn't think that was too serious. That's exactly what, I can't make that up. I'm not smart enough. Eventually, he'll regain the use of that arm and get to come back to work. Again, our bias is, she was only looking at what's going to be the outcome of this, not what happened. Again, we report what happened, not as the outcome of what happened. That's that same notion of, well, I didn't suspend that kid, so I don't have to report. That has nothing to do with it. I had a principal who's a friend of mine, or was, who said, I'm not going to report that death. He had a suicide on campus. He said it happened after the bell rang. It was in the parking lot, the student parking lot. The bell rang at 2:15 at East Met. Kid went out and got in his car, and before the buses even left the lot, he had a gun in the car and he shot and killed himself. And the principal didn't want to report that because it was going to put him over the limit because he said the bell had rung. What? You would not believe some of the excuses that I have heard over the years as to why I didn't do the right thing. My wife said last night, she said, I just can't believe it. I said, during the 10 years that I did that job, how many people had to go home? Do you remember anybody in the last 10 or 11 years since I've been gone? Going, no. I said, well, that's the deal. We've started running the organization for the people who work there rather than for the protection of the kids who go to school there and the teachers, some of the teachers who work there. And we've allowed it to become this way. It didn't happen overnight. Myers Park is just what has brought it to the head. But it didn't happen overnight. There's been a concerted effort over the last 10 years. The marketing aspect of the competition from privates and charters is so heavy, and Union County and Gaston County pulling kids to either side, that a conscious decision was made not to improve and do better, but just to hide what was going on. And now all of that has come to light, and I don't know, a lot of people are going to lose their job. This is not going to end well for the district. But again, back to, you got to follow the rules. You just got it. There's no substitute for that. You got to follow the rules. Nobody can give you permission to break the law. So as we move into our lessons for today, the first thing I wanted to do is review our case studies, and then we'll review our assignments. Then we'll take a short break, and then we will start on personnel. Just a reminder before we dive into case studies, make sure you upload everything that you owe us in both Grade Center and Blackboard and in TaskStream. I double checked this morning, got two. Make sure you upload your previous 4 evidences as well. Made sure everybody's access was good in TaskStream this morning. I checked it. Looked in Blackboard. Everybody, make sure you get all your things uploaded in Blackboard. All right, enough on that. Let's talk about case studies. Our first case study this year was, will cheating strike Bobby out? What'd you learn from Bobby? Now today, y'all got to talk soon. Santa Claus is, you know, I'll get out of breath here. Let me put my hat back on. I have to be careful not to get too hot here. Santa Claus is here today. All right, let's talk about case studies. Somebody tell me about Bobby.
That was the one where I officially learned that you have to check everything through district policy and then state policy, because if you don't check the district policy and your school decides to do something else, well, you're in trouble.
Yep. You know, you got to follow district and state. Again, nobody can give you permission to break the law. You know, what is the federal policy? There is no federal policy. Remember, schools are a state, public schools are a state enterprise on that one. And so, but the state law says that principals are in charge of grading, not teachers. That's the first thing you have to understand. 115C 288A, principals grade and classify students, not teachers. And that every district has to have an adopted grading policy. And the state says it has to fall within these guidelines, these parameters. The thing that counts the most, regardless of what district it is the state testing. And it can count between 20 and 30%, and that's all. And everything else has to follow down the line from that. Class tests, in-class assignments, out-of-class assignments, and the district, it gives guidelines on each of those, and the district adapts their own if they want to go 20 on state testing. But in no scenario is out-of-class projects. They can't, by state definition, they can't count more than 10% of the final grade. Yeah, Andy says she's been picky. Yeah, you need to be, because this is, grading has become such an ordeal for school administrators, not just pass-fail grading. The bigger issue has been scholarships, class rank, valedictorian, salutatorian, National Honor Society, all of those things. Everybody goes behind you with a fine-tooth comb, and it's all exacerbated, as Mary would tell you, by weighted grading. Mary explained weighting grading again this morning to us.
So the quarters are weighted and the exams are weighted. So like we've got a 40, 40, 20 to make the kids' semester grade for each class. So their quarter one is 40%, their second quarter is 40, and their exam.
You got to be a mathematician to do grading now. And then on top of that, to make it even more fun, we have variation in quality points. What the world does that mean? That means that in high schools, IB classes count 6 QPs, advanced and AP count 5, and everything else counts 4. So if you make an A in an IB class, you get 6 quality points. And if you make an A in an AP class, you get 5. If you make an A in a regular class, you get 4. That's why you see some kids graduate from high school with over a 5.0 grade point average. All that stuff factors in. And then that takes into account, unfortunately, oh my Lord, then you get into grading distribution in IB classes and AP classes. What does that mean? Oh Lord. Well, it means simply this. If you take an AP art class, you're a lot more likely to make an A than if you take an AP calc or chemistry class. Then you find kids that start shopping the easier of the APs according to the grade distribution. And all that stuff is published. European AP, outside of the arts, European AP has the highest grade distribution of A's nationally and in North Carolina. So what happens to the line at the AP when everybody's signing up for AP European? everybody can't get in. And then what the parents start doing, you're limiting my child's ability to get that higher GPA because you won't let them take European AP. None of them want to take any of the other in the history department. They all want to take European because it has the highest grade distribution. You get into all that stuff. And then you get teachers who go rogue on you, who don't like, I don't go along with that. You know, right now at Gardner Webb, as you know, I am the chair of the EPSC. That's the Ed Policies and Standards Committee. I don't know how I got that. That means I'm everybody's butthole. Everybody hates me now, which is kind of makes me happy. I guess maybe that's why I got the job. I just answered my own question. But what we're having to enter into and what the fight this spring for the soul of the organization, I can already tell you what it is because we did this month is the last meeting for the fall. We did the first reading of a new attendance policy because it affects grading. The university standard policy is 75% attendance, except we've got some undergraduate professors who have decided to do two different things. We've got one in the math department who came to the meeting to complain at the first reading that he only allows 3 absences. Well, if you do quick math, and I'll do it just to show you that I'm not making this up. All right, so there are 45 clear. That's 93.5. His attendance requirement is 93.5% or 93.6. He can only miss 3 out of 15 sessions. After that, he fails you. You think that affects the kid's GPA? Well, of course it does. That's pretty high standard, isn't it? And then we've got another one, unfortunately, who's in the School of Ed, who is subtracting 2 points for every absence. So theoretically, a kid could have an A and because of attendance get a D. That's only if they've got an A. What if they've got less than an A? And still be within the Gardner Webb guidelines of 75% attendance. They can be within the guidelines of 75% attendance. So let's do that right quick. All right, so that means they can miss 11 times and still be with it. And if you missed 11 times at 2 points each, that would be 22 points off your final grade. That would take a to at minimum to a D. And if you didn't have a very high A average, it would mean you would fail. So here's 2 cases where kids are within the university's policy on grading, but are failing classes because of that. What we call D's, W's, and DFWs. D's, F's, withdrawals in order to try to keep from getting to F. We wonder why so the issue became, why do we have so many DWs, DFWs at Gardner Webb? Why is our retention rate? Why did 40% of the freshman class that came in this past fall in 20, why did they not even come back for their sophomore year? And why is another 10% of them already dropped out? We're down below 50% of that freshman class. And does it have anything to do with these DFWs? Well, of course it does. So we're going to have to address where, the deal is you can't add a layer for attendance that is more stringent or more punitive than what the university calls for. You would think you wouldn't have to tell people that, but you do. And so the attendance policy is now lapped over into the grading and pass failing. And the pushback on that is attrition. Students are leaving left and right. All these things factor in. You got to know what the policy is. You got to make sure that the policy is not being interpreted in a way that's punitive, or that could be argued is arbitrary or capricious. Remember, those are our standards, arbitrary and capricious. What's arbitrary? Remind me what arbitrary is. Yeah, Lee's right. Some teachers clearly want to punish kids through their grades. That's what was happening in this case. So arbitrary, remember, is me and Rebecca are out back smoking. You as the administrator catch us. You tell Rebecca to go on back to class and just shoot me. That's arbitrary. And then it's also capricious in that although I shouldn't be out back smoking, shooting me is just a little bit too punitive for what I did. That's what played into Bobby as well, in that the district policy on cheating said the most you could give him is 1 day out of school, in school suspension. And what we do to Bobby? We excluded him for a whole year. That also gets over into the federal guidelines of no zero tolerance expulsions. You got to have due process. You can't just say Bobby did this, he gets that. He gets due process. That means his case can be heard. You have to listen. You have to weigh the evidence. You have to present the evidence against Bobby. And you have to show that what you've done coincides with your policy on grading and assigning the grade. You have to be able to prove that what you did followed your own policy and guidelines during that time. And that decision can be appealed above the principal to the superintendent. That can be appealed to the board, and that can be appealed in civil court. You've got to understand that you've got to be clean. Arbitrary, capricious, no zero tolerance. You provided due process. But in the end, that's a common sense one, is that the kid turned in, somebody else's work, his brother's work, on a throwaway out of school assignment that shouldn't have been more than a point probably on the whole yearly grade. And the teacher manipulated the grading scale to count more than 50% of the final grade. That ought to be, bells ought to be going off. Ding, ding, ding. Well, that seems a little excessive. That seems a little harsh. And so that's the takeaway. Anybody else have any takeaways? I think Lee made a good point there. Really what this was about is Bobby's a turd. And this is the way to get back at Bobby. But we can't go along with teachers who do illegal things. And we can't go, and that's the first part, when we do case studies, the legal part. But the ethical piece too is we can't have people in our building who intentionally harm children. We know that we can't have somebody that physically harms children, that beats or sexually assaults them. But we can't have people that harm in other ways too, in more passive aggressive ways like this. Now, again, I freely acknowledge that kids that need love the most usually deserve it the least. I get that. It's not my first day. But we have to be better than that. We have to be above reproach in both our legal and our moral and ethical concern. We have to be above reproach. So that was our first case study. Anybody have any final thoughts on Bobby? All right. Our second case was on the superintendent who wanted to manipulate funding in order for a very good cause, in order to get more resources to higher risk kids. And what did we find from that? And what was the central legal case in that case study?
That was Leandra, right?
That was Leandra. That
You
is
can't
correct.
mess with federal dollars.
You can't move federal money. You can't move state money. You can move your local money. So let's remember, we have three sources of funds: federal, state, local. Federal money, oh no, you can't touch federal money. It comes already earmarked. And the first time you do something wrong with it, you don't get a second chance on federal money. I told you the story. I visited the principal. I had to go back 2 weeks later and meet the new principal. He had manipulated Title I funds by assigning non-Title I kids to Title I teachers in order to balance the load in third grade, because he had the other third grade teachers were pitching a fit. Why'd they have to have 30 and she only has 15? She's in a federal program. That's on the kids that qualify are those 15. We want it to be this way. Well, I want my hair to grow back. You ain't getting that either. Sometimes you just have to be blunt with people. You know, I remember a long time ago when I was a high school teacher, I remember one of the academic teachers was complaining about our driver's ed teacher. Back then, you know, driver's ed was a part of the high school curriculum. They taught you in 9th grade, and you had actual teachers there at the school who did driver's ed. And somebody was complaining about driver's ed. I never will forget Principal Tommy. Tommy said, well, you know, if the solution to this problem is you go get certified and you can teach driver's ed. But we can't change the rules. Driver's ed back in those days was paid for by the federal DOT. You know, and that when they left it, when the feds got out of that, and it went to the state did it for a long time, but then the state got out of it. Now the locals, and most places, you know, you got these private companies, Jordan Driving School or whoever. But I'm old enough, when I came through, it was still federally funded. And what Tommy, you know, in effect said was, it's a federal program. This is how it works. We can't change that. If you're jealous of what the driver's ed teacher does, then you need to teach driver's ed. But I can't change this, or I'll lose this funding. It's the same way all the way through. So federal dollars, you know, there's zero wiggle room with federal dollars. State dollars come earmarked to you based on the number of students you have. Remember, average daily membership. Every month you got to file 2 reports to the state, and it's done electronically now, right out of Power School. The first is the principal's monthly report, PMR, principal's monthly report, and that's of your attendance, average daily membership. So you get your state funds based on the number of students that attend, not on how many are on the roll. They subtract your absenteeism for your money. Remember, if you get $8,000 a year for every kid, you don't get $8,000. You get $800. You get $800 10 times, and you get it after the first month. They reimburse you, and so that's how you get your money. Most of that, 85% of that state budget goes to pay for teacher salaries. In North Carolina, which Leandro is the watershed case for the United States, and in South Carolina, you cannot manipulate that money. You can't take money from this set of kids and give it to that. Leandro said you can't do that, that the state has no duty to do that, to make sure that everybody's got the same. The argument was, yeah, that they've got the same state money, but they're able to add more local money. We want you to take some of their state money and give it to us, so that we, in the end, no, we're not going to do that, and you can't do that with our money either. So you can't mess with state money. And then at the local level, you could manipulate local money only if it was in your budget. And remembering that school boards in North and South Carolina are unempowered, they get their money from who? Who do school boards get their money from?
County commissioners.
County commissioners. And they have to approve your budget. As I told you, back in the 90s, the Gang of Four Republicans in Mecklenburg County ran and as a block, and got elected because they were mad that the previous county commissioners had approved the budget that had $6 million in it for the high school challenge for 3 high schools. Remembering that was less than 1/2 of 1% of the total budget, but they acted like $6 million was all the money in the world. And at that time, the budget in Charlotte Mecklenburg was $1.4 billion. That's billion with a B. That $6 million represented less than 1/2 of 1%. And they acted like we were giving every bit of the money to those schools. It was a big, and people believed that. Nobody would put it in context. It's just $6 million. That's the equivalent of change in your front pocket. But again, but you can't take local money and move it around. Remember the case of the superintendent in Chapel Hill, Carborough. She had, state law says that you can spend up to $90,000 discretionary as superintendent, but you can only do it once. She employed, because she couldn't move the money and employed more teachers for some schools in Carborough, she hired a private firm, $1 million, and broke the invoice up so that that came out to a little less than $90,000 for 12 months. No, can't do that. I mean, I applaud your creativity to try to get around all the rules, but you can't do that. As soon as it came to light, the finance officer got fired and she went out on leave and was terminated eventually. She came to a settlement with them after about a month. But you can't manipulate money. I don't care what your purpose, how good it is, you know, you can be pure of thought and deed, and it's driven snow, but you can't move the money. You have to spend it on what it's intended to be spent for. Any final thoughts? Now, there's a big hullabaloo in North Carolina right now, in that schools and justice centers are saying that the state is not following through on Leandro, given that those pots of money that they're supposed to be given for those pockets of poverty that are separate from the funding. And so now the issue is, can the governor take the money and give it to them? And of course, the legislature, Republican driven, said, no, you can't do that, even though they're under that order, to the judge's order to do that. They don't want to. And so that's the next big political fight in North Carolina. So Leandro continues. All right, so our third case study was Jimmy and Willie. Somebody argued a couple years back that we could get over, we're past that now. We're more woke than this case study. Unfortunately, we're not. As we're finding out all around the country, we're trying to walk back all these kinds of things. But one of the things that you have to remember, that's a lesson for us all, was the clerk in Kentucky who denied 2 gay men a marriage license. Anybody know that story? Okay. So, and she was the champion for the hard right. Yay. But when she got sued, what happened? Nowhere to be found. And so you may think that you're upholding community standards, whatever that is. I'm not sure I know, but I hear that in that argument all the time. We're going to uphold community standards. Except when you go to court, you got no protection. Remember, in North Carolina, you have tort liability, as you do in South Carolina. And so, they take your house. You do something wrong. Anybody remember any of the other significant points from Jimmy and Willie? That we have to uphold the rights, we have to uphold the law, whether we agree with it or not personally. Anybody else remember any of the takeaways from Jimmy and Willie? Anybody remember heckler's veto? What is heckler's veto? And that may be the most relevant concept from that one, and maybe from all the case studies in given current political climate. Whereas in heckler's veto, you abridge the rights of some folks because what other folks might do in response. We tell people, you might not better get out and protest. There might be a 17-year-old kid with an AR that'll come and kill you. And so that ruling yesterday, whichever side of the fence you're on, you have to understand, basically said that if you go out and protest and somebody comes along and kills you, that's okay. And so what that does is it impinges or infringes on people's right to civil discourse, to march or protest or whatever. It is the personification of heckler's veto. something bad's going to happen to you if you go out and if you exercise your rights, just like Jimmy and Willie, if you exercise your constitutional right, equal protection under the law, the 14th Amendment, to come to and all the cases on gender and orientation, if you exercise your right to come to prom, somebody's going to beat you up. It is a veiled threat, but heckler's veto is, got a big boost yesterday from the court in Wisconsin. And I think, and rightfully so, people who are going to be involved in social justice causes or protests or marches or whatever. Unfortunately, I think the precedent was set yesterday for heckler's veto that, you've got to understand now, clear message was sent. If you're out protesting and somebody shoots you, that's just the way it goes. So that's the real life application of Jimmy and Willie. It goes beyond just sexual orientation or preference. It speaks to the notion that we will punish you dependent upon the action of others. And that becomes a very, that's a bad place to be as a society, and especially as a school district. Anybody have any final thoughts on Jimmy and Willie? Don't everybody talk at once. All right. And so our last case study for the semester was the one that touched on pretty much everything, was Eugenia and inclusion model. Full disclosure, we made sure you understood. Nobody's arguing that the inclusion model is the best delivery method. It's the cheapest, and that's why it was picked. It's just one of those practical things that you have to do. But it was, and so it really wasn't much about special ed, quite honestly. It was about a principal who didn't get out of the office, who didn't get out and do walkthroughs or know what was going on in the building, and even when confronted by parents about, apparent impropriety, what they thought was, poor instruction, that their child as a regular or a gifted child was not having their needs met. She still didn't go and look. She sent somebody else. And she sent the equivalent, in my opinion, of the janitor. Most IT people are not, don't have very good people skills. It's just the truth. We have to know that. I got one time from, anybody know what Teach for America is or was? At the Domestic Peace Corps, I got one of those. I got an IT guy. I don't know how they got him out of his parents' basement, but we didn't very often. He didn't show up to work. I mean, I fired him after the first month. I think he showed up 4 times in the first month. Unkempt, nasty, stinky, basically uncommunicative with other, with adults. He just wanted to, be left alone in the room with his computers. Now, I'm not saying Ishmael in this case is that way, but that's pretty much what you get with IT people. That's just that, I've been in charge of them too. I had a group. When we decided to do a data dashboard in CMS, my last big project before I retired, was the folks that made the decision didn't understand that when you hire Mariner to build you the infrastructure for a dashboard, that's all they do. You then have to hire SQL developers so that when you push the button to get that report, the report comes out. That the people who design your dashboard don't do that. You have to do that. You have to actually build it once you have the infrastructure. And so you have to hire what's known as SQL developers. And they build cubes. And what that means is, here's this report, it's like a cube. And you have to pull everything that you might need for that into that cube and make it in a usable report. So when a parent goes and hits the button, or an administrator or a teacher, your district dashboard, the report comes up, the information that you want comes up. They didn't understand that. And so I had to mount this process where I had to hire these people. And so I put them over to the old First Ward. They've torn it down now. They built a new First Ward. It's in the heart of downtown. They put it because I was at Stonewall, the Ed Center there, and it was the closest where I could go over and check on them. Because if you guess what, if you don't show up every day, they don't come, and they don't work until late afternoon or evening. They don't get up until then. When you're working with IT people. And so I was over there on a Tuesday. I never will forget this. I was over there on a Tuesday working with them on this is how now these people don't know the first thing about it. You got to explain everything to them. You got to work, got to be right there with them. And so I did that because I knew how everything in the district worked. And I was like, well, this is way above way below my pay grade, but I can't be pulling this person for this week and this, and then, well, we needed this. No, I'll just do it myself. I'm retiring mid-year here. I'm going to spend time. I'm going to dedicate. I'll work the normal day, and at about 4 o'clock, I'm going to go over there with this person. And so I did. And so I was over there on Tuesday, and I said, all right, fellas. Now, tomorrow, I will not be here. Now, I'm sending somebody to monitor you. Because I know if you think I'm not going to be here, you ain't going to show up. I'm sending somebody to monitor you. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to call the company you work for, which was, I think, Cardinal. I'm going to call them and tell them you didn't come, that I'm going to start deducting. I'll deduct from the contract if you don't show up tomorrow. And they said, well, why aren't you coming tomorrow? And I said, well, now I'm going home tomorrow because I'm taking my wife out to dinner. It's my 25th wedding anniversary. So that was what, 12, 13 years ago. I'm taking my wife out for our anniversary. And one of the fellows said to me, and his name was Garland, I never will forget this. He said, I've been married for 17 years. And I said, is that not a recent wedding photo of you on your desk right there? He said, yeah, that's my 5th wife. And then he proceeded to start to tell me about all these crazy people women that he asked him to stop. I said, you are the common denominator in this equation. I believe that if you've been married 5 times and you're no older than you are, then I suspect the problem is you. But that's the kind of people that you get in IT. They are not fully formed and functioning people generally. I've belabored the point here, and I've just trashed everybody in IT. But the whole point is as the principal, you're the only person, you're the authority. You're the only person that should be going out and checking on these kinds of things. Even if Ishmael or the IT person were appropriate, and most of the time they're the least appropriate person in the building. You certainly don't send somebody else, and you certainly don't send the least appropriate person. That wasn't incidental either. But you got to get out, and you got to get out and work. I mean, one of the things that we know is that everybody has biases. We understand that. You have to write about those in your limitations in your dissertation work. You have to acknowledge all those limitations and biases and all those things. And we all have them. And in our business, we call it hide, H-I-D-E, and not your skin. But where do you hide? Where do you hide to avoid the things that you don't want to do as an administrator? It looks like you're doing your job. Now, I'll make sure I hit everybody's thumb with the hammer this morning. You folks, you instructional people, you hide in classrooms because you love it. And that's a way to avoid irate parents, doing discipline, dealing with the things that are the confrontational piece of our business, school administration. You hide in classrooms. People like me, operations people, we hide in the lunchroom, down at the ball field, in the gym, with vendors. That's where we hide to avoid the things that we don't want to do. But it goes back to the final fable for this morning that ends this session is what we call holding the pig. You're just wasting time. You're not, I've had to go out and have a conversation with principals when I was supervising principals. What were you doing that we weren't paying you for, that prevented you from doing what we were paying you for. Steve talked about that last time. A mutual friend of ours, he had to fire him as principal because he would never come out of his office. He didn't want to deal with conflict. Teachers didn't know who he was or where he was. You know, he was holding the pig, wasting time. And so that's the final story for this morning. I'll change hats this morning and tell the final fable that ends this session. And so for those of you who didn't know, I am a biker. I am a motorcycle rider. I have since I was a boy. I only have two now, so I'm doing well. And so I'm a Harley rider. I have my number one bike is an Electra Glide Ultra Classic, which is the Barker Lounger of motorcycles. I've gotten old, and so I quit riding. I've got a sportier low rider, but I ride my Ultra. But some of the days back when I worked in CMS, I would ride my motorcycle to work when I wasn't going to be at some place where I feared that it wouldn't be there when I came back out. But when I was going to be at the Edci Center all day, and I knew that, I would ride on, the weather was fairly decent, I'd ride my motorcycle to work. Well, I don't, I live here at Lake Norman, exit 28. Rebecca works up off of 36 at Mooresville, but I'm here at 28 at Cornelius. But the traffic, the toll lanes have only come in the HOV lanes in the last few years since I retired. And so, I didn't like, sitting in traffic. It's not fun to walk a big 800-pound motorcycle. You get chapped. And so I'd go the back way. I would go out 73 to Beatty's Ford Road and drive down Beatty's Ford Road into Charlotte that way. The top half of Beatty's Ford Road until you get down to Mount Holly Huntersville Road is very rural. Some of the old time Northern Mecklenburg farms. And so I was riding home one day, back up Beatty's Ford Road, and as you get near the end of Beatty's Ford, where it comes back into 73 here at the lake, there is a huge old farm, the Cashin's farm over on the left. It's a big pasture, and there's a pond down at the bottom, and there's a crabapple tree right there next to the fence. And I was riding my motorcycle through there, and on the right, just past that farm, you can Google it on Google Earth, and you can see the picture of what I'm talking about. There's a volunteer fire department there. The name has changed, but back in those days, it was the Gilead Volunteer Fire Department. Had a big parking lot right there. And so I was riding by, and I saw over in the pasture over on my left, I saw old Mr. Cashin. He'd been retired. He's probably in his 80s. Had on a pair of Gallus overalls, and he was standing there at that crabapple tree in the fall of the year before it got cold, and he was holding a little pig, about the size of a 10-pound sack of flour. He was holding a little pig up to the crabapple tree, and I said, "Oh my Lord, I me, I got to stop." So I pulled over there at the fire department, got off my motorcycle. Wearing a suit, but got off my motorcycle, and I, crossed the road and walked back down the fence line. And I said, "Howdy." He said, "Hello." I said, "What are you doing there?" And he said, "I'm holding this pig so he can eat these crab apples off this tree." So I thought that's what you were doing. Mr. Cashin, not to be impertinent, but I said to him, "Wouldn't it save a lot of time if you just pulled the apples off the tree and let the pig eat the apples off the ground?" And Mr. Cashin looked at me and said, "Well, you darn fool, what's time to a pig?" You see, we spend a lot of time in the business doing things that look like we're doing our job in order to avoid the things that we have to do. We call that holding the pig. And it never dawns on us that we're wasting time. It never dawns on us that we're not doing the things that teachers, kids, and parents need for us to be doing every day, because we're having our needs met by avoiding those potentially conflicting situations or critical conversations or that conflict, that are doing the things that we don't want to do. We don't want to have these conversations. We don't want to have to tell the police, you know, we've got a report of sexual assault. We don't want to have to report those things. We don't want the backlash. We don't want that conversation of having to, you know, go and fire somebody or tell somebody you're on suspension and here's the police. We don't want to do those things. We don't want to go and supervise, and you folks, but most of us don't want to go sit in classrooms, don't want to do those things. We prefer to do something else. But the job is not holding the pig, folks. The job is doing what needs to be done. The last case study and all the case studies point to, you got to know all the laws and policies, but you got to follow through. That's the ethical piece. That's why you had to look at all 4 paradigms of ethics for each of the cases. Just knowing what to do doesn't mean that you'll do it. Your ethical concern is what says, yeah, I know what I got to do and I'm gonna go do it. And that's all we can ask of you as school administrators is to know the law. If you don't ask, and that kind of leads us into, it's break time now, that kind of leads us into our second segment this morning, is the 6 activities to coming and going to and froing, where we went and asked people because we needed to know who to ask to do these things. And so it's incumbent upon us to know the law, policy, federal, state, local, but even more so to apply it fairly equitably and always. So it's time for our first break of the morning. I have, let's see what the official time I have. Let's meet back in, y'all want 10:25, 13 minutes enough? The faster we go, the quicker we get done. All right, 10:25, we're back on. And we're back. Those of you who are high school people, what is a graduation coach? Anybody know?
Well, ours isn't, we don't have one anymore because ours was grant funded, but they went in to help the lower performing EOC classes, would record the classes and talk to them about improving classroom practices to help kids academically.
Isn't that a federal grant?
It was approved for 3 years for ours.
Yeah, I think that was a federal grant. We've got, I've got one of those folks in our program. I'm just not sure what she does. And so that's another story for another day. All right, so we're back. So now we're going to work through, and so I'm going to assign you. I mean, we got 9 of our group today. How many we got today? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Stacy's at I think a funeral today, so we got 9. And so I'll pair you up. I'll be kind. So Mary and Rebecca, you're going to take the first one here. All right, so let me share my screen. All right, these were the activities. And so Mary and Rebecca, I want to hear from both of you. Tell me your takeaways from what you learned from having done these activities.
My principal was able to put his hands on that crisis plan immediately. It's in the conference room right next to his office. And it's a very detailed plan in a huge 3-ring binder. And then they're shorter condensed versions of on a flip chart kind of thing. But having access to it, knowing where it is and how to implement it's the biggest thing.
Yeah. 10 years ago, it was a scavenger hunt, but not anymore. Modern times, that crisis plan has become a big deal. All right, Rebecca, what was your takeaway?
Mine was very similar. They have an electronic version that was probably like Mary's 3-ring binder. They were able to send it to me immediately. And they also, every assistant principal in their office, and I'm assuming the principal too, had the flip book to refer to.
Mhm. Okay, what about the budget? Both of you, budget. What'd you learn about the budget?
I got budget from our school bookkeeper, and I didn't understand anything on it. So I'm sure Mr. McCotter does and knows, and they coordinate with how to spend that stuff, but it was like Greek to me.
Yeah. You know, and the problem is, quite frankly, Mary, I can't teach you that because every district is different on their codes and how they do it. That's why you have to go. That was the point of going and asking about it, is to find out, whoops, this is not like balancing a checkbook, and that every district is different. And that I've got, you know, once I get this job, while I'm an assistant principal, it's going to be incumbent upon me to find out what the system is in the district where I work, on how we keep budgets, how, you know, what the codes are, what they can be spent on. There's variation from district to district, even in the same state. That's what you need to learn. Is it's not as simple as you got this much money and write checks. It's a lot more involved than that. Rebecca, what did you find out about budget?
So I got mine from the bookkeeper too. I didn't understand it, but it explained a lot of what the teachers and like coaches would consider the unnecessary paperwork. Also, if the school is going to, I think it was 3,000, if they're going to make a purchase, I believe it was over 3,000, they have to go and get 3 different quotes and then go with the lowest. Or if they want to go with a different one, they have to basically fill out more paperwork of why.
Yeah. And so a lot of consumables and other items are on the state contract list and you just purchase them. But things that are not on the state contract, goods and services that are not just a consumable on the state contract list, you have to go out and get bids. And if you don't pick the lowest one, you have to explain why you didn't pick the lowest one. Now, that's where also your district rules on conflict of interest come in. You can't be a part of the company. You can't sell stuff to yourself. And that's where those things, your personnel handbook kicks back in on conflict of interest and nepotism. You can't, you know, hire the last superintendent that got fired in CMS hired, you know, he entered into an agreement with a company and they hired his son. Well, that's against the rules. It was for pay. And so when that came to light, all the other things that he had done wrong, but that was the one that got him. So it violated that. And then finally, both of you, the assessment inventory, remembering that's going to be, when you get your first AP job, that's going to fall to you. It always falls to the lowest person on the totem pole. What'd you find out about doing the assessment inventory?
Well, we're in a brand new building, and so a lot of that stuff was there because we're in a new building. But in thinking about where we were before they built this new facility, a lot of the stuff might have been a violation.
Right. Yeah, and you can get by with that on a day-to-day basis until you get sued. And it doesn't matter that it's been going on forever when you go to court. You had a duty and a responsibility to fix it or to address it. Remembering that those reports are bi-monthly. You got to do it twice every month and you have to document it. That goes back to state law. Remember, it's right there. It's written in the law. You got to do 2 safety checks every month. You got to do this full inventory every month, twice. Fire drills just once. Safety check twice. And so, as I told you, one of my stories this morning is I told you I had to get the schools ready for their audits, their state audits, when they were on the watch list. And so I was doing a walkthrough with an AP on their building, and we opened up the boiler room. You know, had the metal door, everything was good. We opened it up and just, you know, you just do a cursor, stick your head in. And I was like, wait, what? And there sat a kid at a desk locked inside the boiler room. And I said, what in the world are you doing? He said, don't worry. He said, my dad put me in here. I'm suspended from school. And so the custodian had taken a desk and put it in the boiler room and that's where his kid was serving his suspension. was in the boiler room at an elementary school in CMS. He lived over in Cabarrus County. But yeah, he was slipping his kid in to school and hiding him in the boiler room all day. What do you think would have happened to us as a district if the state auditor had discovered that, number one, or number two, if the kid's mother, the parents obviously were divorced, if the mother had found out? Oh, 1 second. I've got a visitor at the door. Mary, what do you think would have happened if the state auditor had come?
There've been a whole lot of people in trouble. Somebody probably fired and lawsuits and
That is
a bad
correct.
situation.
Yeah, the principal would have been relieved of duty immediately. And so what we did was we quietly transferred her out of that school. But if the state had come, they would have demanded a termination. What would have happened, Rebecca, if that child's mother had found out that the former husband, the ex-husband, had locked her child in a boiler room?
Oh, she would have got sole custody.
She would have gotten sole custody and would have gotten a big settlement out of us as a district. We're supposed to know what's going on in our buildings. And so the point of that story is you need to take those things seriously. I know it seems like busy work, paperwork, just putting a check in the box, but you better take those things seriously. You better do your job. I told you when I was principal in Burke County, the custodians were storing rags, Varsol rags in their janitor's closet, and left it unlocked on a regular basis. And a kid was smoking and threw a cigarette butt in there and burnt the building down. That did not go well, to say the least. We shared the campus with them. I had kindergarten kids. I was the elementary principal there. And we had a junior high and elementary together on one site before the new middle school was built. And I had kids in the lunchroom. I had kindergarten kids at lunch. You know, they go to lunch at 10:30. I had kindergarten kids in the lunchroom in that building when it got caught on fire. We were able to get those kids out before the building burned down, but it consumed that building. Those old wooden floors with years of Varsol on them, which is an accelerant. Yeah, that got ugly. The only saving grace is the new middle school was near completion, and we housed those kids over at the School for the Deaf, North Carolina School for the Deaf, until we could get them into their new building because it burnt the junior high down. You know, they didn't lock the doors, had flammable materials left out. It did not go well. And so you better take, and it not only did it lap back up on the custodian, but the principal there who was not checking that on a regular basis. The custodian said, well, we leave the door open all the time. That was their defense, that somebody else was supposed to be checking behind us. And that is true. So those are the things that you should have learned from that. All right, moving on. And I'm going to Jennifer. We'll have, since you and I were talking about this morning, you and Leah can take this one.
You want to start?
Yeah. Or whoever.
Sorry, I'm trying to see on this one's the
This is the HR
oh,
one.
Interview
okay,
an administrator concerning HR practices.
yeah.
This should include job position openings, job announcement, attaining candidates, interviewing process, hiring, employee assistance. And Jennifer and I started this morning's conversation on this. There's more pieces to this than you realize. So, Jennifer, if you just give us a brief overview of what's been going on with you, what you're willing to share this morning, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I think many of you got to hear the beginning part of our one that kind of just didn't show up to school and was supposed to be going to a facility for some help. Principal had given information to be able to contact the employee assistance program. We don't know if they actually did or not. And then he still hadn't been back at work. And so then said to the principal, we need to call HR and find out, if he actually contacted the employee assistance program or not. Because if he had contacted employee assistant, then they could get him in line with everything that he needed, get stuff approved and all of that. But if he didn't contact employee assistance, then because he hadn't been on the job for over the 3 days, he could be fired for job abandonment. And either way, we could then either get a long-term sub if he was being put into a program for help, or we could hire for a position if he had been fired. And lo and behold, after a bunch was done, principal calls HR back. HR says that they cannot disclose the information as to whether the employee contacted them or not. And then his email was cut off the other day. So I'm going on the assumption that he's gone.
Yeah, that's usually a good sign.
Yeah, that's a short part of the story, but the biggest part too is with the employee assistance or in anything with whether what's going on, if something happens out of the blue, make the phone call to HR. And then they can guide you to whether you need to go to employee assistance or get people to the right place for the right people to contact that's out of the realm of the school building.
Right. Because, employment goes back to EEOC and federal guidelines, but North Carolina and South Carolina are right to work states, which means you can't unionize. You have some job rights, but they only last for 3 days. If you don't show up to work for 3 days and you're not involved in employee assistance, getting help for an issue, mental health, substance abuse, fill in the blank, if you're not doing that, we need to be able to know that, because we can't just have kids in the building without somebody supervising. That's just like, the difficulty in master scheduling is every kids have to be somewhere with an adult every hour. The second of the state reports that you have to file every month. The first is the principal's monthly report, PMR, on attendance. The second is the SAR. I'm not sure I've ever mentioned the SAR to you. That's the school activity report. It's your master schedule. Where are kids every hour of the day that they're being supervised by an adult? Every hour of every day. You must be able to show that they don't just have zero time with nobody and aren't tracked by anybody. We got to know where kids are. We need to know how many's in the room and the teacher's qualifications and all those things. That's called the school activity report. It's checked monthly. And kids better be where they're supposed to be. If you get audited, better not have 40 in one class and 20 in the other and say that 10 of these are over there. That'll lose you your job in a hurry. There's limits on class sizes for a reason, and those are strictly enforced. But the bigger part of the SAR, the school activity report, is you got to show how every child is being supervised by an adult every hour. That the problem with that comes in when you have people who don't show up for work. Then that puts you in a legal bind. And you know as well as I do that it's much easier to get long-term subs because they make a lot more money than day-to-day subs. And so if this person is getting employee assistance, or if they've abandoned their job and we can hire somebody new, we can hire a long-term sub. We can pay them a lot more than the $55 a day that just, they substitutes get. And we're a lot more able to, and our capacity to get anybody is much greater if we can hire them as a long-term sub. But we can't do that unless they're in employee assistance. If they're just out, all we can do is hire a sub. We need to know, and we need to be able to enact the hiring process. Now, I would argue, and we're going to get to Lee just in a second. I would argue that districts that make the principal do the bulk of the legwork in hiring, in terms of advertising or vetting candidates or interviewing everybody that comes along and checking references, I would argue that those people tend to hire people that look more like them, and that they hire people who might not be appropriate for the job just because they're the easiest ones to hire. I think that's serious. I've worked in 4 school districts across North Carolina, 2 large and 2 small. And I can tell you, when I was a principal in the larger district, it was much easier, and I could focus on quality, and I could focus on finding the right person, because I wasn't, I might interview 6, 8, 10 people. Whereas if I'm having to do the background work myself, I'm only interviewing 3. I can tell you, because I'm not going to put all that work on myself. I'm going to pick the safest 3 candidates, and and I'm only going to interview 3. And sometimes it's those 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, maybe it's them that all of a sudden you find that diamond in the rough, you find that perfect person that you wouldn't have found if you're just going with the safe candidates, the easy ones, because you got to do all the work. But the thing that Jennifer said is you got to know, and you got to call, and you got to find out. And if you don't know, you better be able to call and find out. So Lee, what's your takeaway from this one?
I went into this assignment knowing more than I did about HR practices than I had in previous districts, because of the way it's set up in my district. It's a pretty competitive district to get into. And partly because of that, and also partly because of the small size, I feel like the district really wants teachers and families to have a say in who is hired. So teachers play a really big part in the interviewing and hiring process of both teachers, principals. The level of the employee doesn't really matter, which is kind of cool. There were rounds and rounds and rounds of interviews for our new school principal. And that's just kind of standard operating procedure for us. But this was the first district I've worked where that's a thing. Typically the people in power make the decisions, and we just suck it up and move on. But I do have a question. We're kind of going through something at my school as well. And a teacher that we hired is turning out to be radically different from who they presented as in the interview. Like, cone of safety, I'm going to be really frank here. I was a little bit concerned during the interview that this person could potentially be a little too religious. And by that, I mean openly kind of sharing with the students beyond what is legal or appropriate. Okay. Right. So that being said, this person has kind of gone the other way and is like blatantly disregarding our culture as a school and as a district of, compassion for students and understanding their histories of trauma and abuse. And in my opinion, he is further traumatizing and even potentially abusing these children, although not physically, but in a lot of other ways. And several of us have brought our concerns to our principal. I didn't see anything happening, so I kind of put a bug in the ear of one of the directors at central office, But I'm just kind of wondering, Dr. Lamb, or from anyone else's experience or perspective, like what? What now? Do we just not renew his contract? Do we, like, what is the principles? Do we work to grow him, even though numerous experienced teachers are trying and don't really feel effective? What?
All right, so that's a great question. And thank you. I had this one kind of queued up here. What are the standards that we expect for teachers and teacher evaluation? The first is teachers lead their classrooms, they demonstrate leadership, establish a safe and orderly environment, empower students. They establish a respectful environment for diverse populations of students. And so, as you can see, those first two, they facilitate learning, but reflect on their practice. And so those are it. So I would say that this person under standards 1, 2, and 4, I would argue that they are less than proficient in those areas. Now, if it's a beginning teacher, you can simply non-renew them. You don't have to give them a reason why. You simply, at the end of the year, they have no property right. Remember, North and South Carolina are right to work states. There is no expectation of employment other than yearly in the first 3 years of your contract until you establish if your district grants career status. But at that point, until that point, you are at will each year. You have a contract for that year. And even if they sue you that you have discriminated against them in some way, you can go back to the teaching standards that this person is not upholding standards 1, 2, and 4 of that they are contractually obligated to be at least proficient in. But again, you don't have to give beginning teachers any reason as to why at the end of their contracted year that you don't renew them. There is no expectation in a right to work state of a continuing contract. There is no property right to a job until you have gained career status. So it's simply, I mean, you can't say, well, this is kind of nebulous. No, this is clearly stated in the contractual agreement of the standards. In terms of what you're talking about, it's not just about do they know math or not. That there is a clear expectation that they respect and facilitate students, and that they recognize differences and all of those things that are mostly in standard 2, but somewhat standard 1 and somewhat standard 4.
Dr. Lamb, where's the line between waiting the year out or not?
Okay, that's why I mentioned the standards. If you want to terminate them 4 years out, you just say they're not meeting these standards. You can terminate them based on they're not meeting those standards at mid-year. Absolutely, you can do that. They have no right to an action plan or again, that piece of it. Let me say that again. Teachers who are not career status have no right to an action plan or an improvement plan in right to work states. Now we could debate whether that could be abused and that's really a bad thing or whatever, but in cases like Lee's talking about, that's exactly when it would be appropriate. At mid-year, based on that this person is not achieving the standards, you can terminate that person with cause that they're not meeting those standards, and they have no right to an improvement or an action plan. Not when they're initially licensed person. If they've not moved into career status, you can cut your losses and move on at mid-year. And you can do that with a career status person. And we're going to see that in just a few minutes when we see my MTSS for teachers, when we're reminded of that. Even if you have career status teachers who are not achieving You can get rid of them over the course of a year but you got to go to the one-on-one and the action plan. But for an initially certified person, a BT, mid-year, you're not obligated to do an action plan. And at the end of the year, you can just non-renew them. But if you need to take action before then, you certainly can. You certainly can. This notion that you can't get rid of bad teachers, that's again holding the pig. You don't want to. You're doing other things other than having these critical conversations and entering into how to manage conflict. So that's excellent. That's exactly what this is about. You've got to know the rules. Now, if this were a continuing teacher that had career status, you would have to spend basically a year to get rid of them. But you could go to an action plan third quarter with them and get rid of them at the end of the year. It's not too late to do that now, based on the standards, the formal observation system. You could argue that you're not proficient in 1, 2, and 4, and we're going to put you on an action plan, give you the one-on-one and the action plan. And if you're not making progress at the end of the third quarter, then we can terminate. Those don't have to last forever. But again, many principals think that it alienates the faculty to do things like that. That's always their argument against taking action against inappropriate or poor teachers. And I believe I told you a long time ago, if you can't get rid of somebody that's a good person just because they can't teach, then you can't administrate. Because that's what we do. What do they do at Jones Sausage? They make sausage. What do we do in school? We teach kids. And if you can't teach, we can't use you. I don't care how good a person, we can't use you. That's what we do. And if you're harming kids, we can't keep you. We got to let you go. It goes back to to Bobby. We got to let you go. We can't use you.
But what if her administrators aren't seeing that, but she and other classroom teachers are? How is that handled?
Then that's what you need to share with them. But I think that's one of the greatest functions of PLCs. And you folks are experts in those. Hopefully your administrators are supervising those PLCs. And that's one of the things that I really think that principals fall down on the most is they just out of sight, out of mind. Again, holding the pig somewhere else. You don't have to run PLCs. You need to teach teachers how to run PLCs. And that's why we do that, as y'all did in the app. So teach your teacher leaders how to form and run PLCs. But that doesn't mean that you delegate the activity, not the responsibility. You've got to follow up. You've got to go, because that's your best sounding board, is those PLCs. That's your best feedback mechanism that you got as a principal about keeping your finger on the pulse of what's going on with the faculty, is those PLCs. You got them in small groups. They're focused on one area. It's not just it's not just a general complaint session like faculty meetings sometimes turn into. It's a much more personal and intimate setting. And a lot of times folks will share things with you in a PLC meeting that they wouldn't talk about in an open forum like a faculty meeting. They feel much more secure in that setting. DeFore has a PowerPoint, that charge session, where he basically speaks to administrators and gives them training on how to supervise all of your PLCs. DeFore, shows you how to set them up and how to run them. But he also has the advanced level for administrators is how do you then supervise your PLCs? How do you interact with them? And so that's the neat part of that is that those PLCs are powerful. They're powerful instructional tools, but they're also powerful feedback tools if you understand that as a school administrator. And it gets you in more manageable groups where you can have more intimate and more critical conversations. That's a good one. All right, share my screen. All right, so this is Heather and Elizabeth. Interview the chair of your intervention team. Outline what your MTSS process is prior to EC testing. Attend a IAP meeting, who's in charge, what decisions were made, what role does the parent play. All right, Heather and Elizabeth, in any order you want to go. Tell me what you learned when you did this.
I'm just going to go ahead and apologize because my voice is almost gone. So Heather might have to do all the talking.
That's okay.
But what I learned was basically lots of documentation.
Okay, lots of documentation.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
piggybacks right on kind of what I noticed in the district I'm working with. Before they can make an official referral, they have to do that multi-tier support. So put specific interventions in place and have those monitored. The only exception to that is if the parent puts in writing that they would like to refer for testing for their student. But every single step of it has to be documented with data to back up the decisions that they made and whether they chose to keep the intervention or change it. And then when I was in the actual IEP meeting, it was for a recently classified student. And my big takeaway there was the amount of communication that needs to happen between the parent and the team, and that the parent needs to be an integral part of every decision. And that ultimately, while the EC teacher does a lot of the paperwork and whatnot, the principal is responsible for that. And so everything kind of falls on the shoulder of the principal. And it's important to make sure that the parents are part of that decision-making process.
Excellent.
Takeaways.
Excellent. Principals, you need to understand, or principals in waiting, that intervention process, you own it and you're responsible for it. Document, make sure that nobody's shortcutting the system. Now, as Heather said, a parent can shortcut the process by requesting testing. Now, many districts are doing, I'll stop my share. Many districts are outsourcing their school psychologist work. What's that got to do with the price of eggs in China? Somebody explain that one to me. What difference does that make?
Well, it costs differently when they contract out.
And so who does EC testing?
The psychologist, depending on the testing, the psychologist, the other therapist. Yeah.
Yep, the psychologist does the testing. Now, when parents would come in and request back in the old days, the psychologist was on staff there at school. Wasn't a problem, was it?
There's not enough psychologists to go around right now, though.
That's exactly there
meeting
lies your problem.
That deadline. They're having a really hard time meeting the deadline, and that's
there you go. And so while in the old days, we used to actively encourage parents to request the testing. You know, if the kid was in really bad, obvious and really bad shape. The problem with that now is you got to be careful as a school administrator or as your team. You got to have this critical conversation with your team about, now, you know, if it's a really bad case, and we'll do that, you know, we'll honor that as quickly as we can. But be careful about everybody that comes along requesting that, because we don't have psychologists on staff anymore. They are contract employees. They don't have any sense of urgency or meeting deadlines or any of that. And we kind of get up against the deadlines on that a lot. And so that's one of the things I would caution you about as a school administrator is, you know, tell your teachers and tell your staff that that's not the solution to every problem, is just have the parents sign that letter about getting their kid tested right away. We can't get that done. You know, that's just a practical part of this is we don't have these people on staff anymore to do this. And so unless it's an emergency, we really need to try to work through the intervention system. Now, if a parent comes in and is just a mad, we'll do whatever. But we got to be careful, because what will happen, again, I'm not anti-teacher. I sound like it sometimes. But what will happen is a lot of parents will slip around to a parent and say, you just need to request getting them tested. Here, sign this. Because what do they not want to do? They don't want to go through the paperwork and the interventions. And you'll have teachers that are kind of sabotaging your entire operation. And you've got 35 kids waiting to be tested rather than go through the intervention process. And that can happen in large schools. So you have to have these critical conversations with your teachers. Yes, I know you got a document. Yes, I know it's paperwork, but we've got to think from the practical standpoint. We might be able to help a kid through our intervention, but also we can't just shortcut the entire intervention team system by going to parents and having them sign this document. That's not an appropriate action for a teacher to take. Let me say that. That's not an ethical thing for a teacher to do. And I know it gets done every day. But you've got to have the relationship with teachers to explain to them that let the process, it's not an emergency. Let the process work through this. I can't get this kid tested tomorrow or the next day. That's just not, I don't have a psychologist here. We just have to get in the holding pattern and get on the list with these contract people. And in the meantime, this kid's not getting any help. So you're actually not helping this child by doing this. They're just in a holding pattern. We need to have them in our intervention system. But now teachers won't agree. Some teachers just won't agree because, oh God, all that paperwork I got to do, all this trouble.
I have a question. This
Yes.
is not an IEP, it's for like more 504s.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
this semester, I've been involved in a lot of initial meetings for 504s. And when we talk as a team, the teachers with the counselor, a lot of us do not agree on providing the accommodations, but we are told to just sign it because as soon as the principal hears about it, he will demand and overturn our decision. He'll demand that we sign it and overturn our decision. So we've gotten a lot of influx of accommodations through 504s that necessarily aren't what the student needs.
Yeah, that's because the principal doesn't want to have to deal with irate parents. Again, that's holding the pig. Rather than me having to do my job and deal with irate parents, I'll put this on somebody else and I'll just do these accommodations. My recommendation to you is that you need to do what's ethically sound for you. And I would make him do his job, whether he likes it or not. Our job in the business is not just to make parents happy if it's to the detriment of the child. But 504 has become the refuge of the scoundrel. When I worked in Rutherford, when I was principal at New Hope in Rutherford County, we had a local psychologist who would just, he would, this was back in the day, early on in the 504, it was ADD. And before the decision was made that you didn't automatically get a 504 plan, we gave 504 plans for ADD, which can be diagnosed by a psychologist, a PhD. Now we know that the rule now is a child does not automatically get a 504 plan unless they're diagnosed with ADHD, which is a medical doctor MD designation. But back in the early days, we let PhDs, and so these people would simply pay him, and he would say, my child is, ADD, and he would say, yeah, this kid's ADD, wouldn't even test them so that they could get testing accommodations when testing started. This was prior to state testing when we finally made the decisions about ADHD. This was back in the old California Achievement Test days. And when we were doing testing for that. And they wanted accommodations even before state testing came along. And also, he was the same guy that no matter what kid came in was gifted, if they wanted them in the AIG program, before again there were standards, he would sign off on those. And so we've gone through the bad old days, but I think in many ways, and again, Dale, you're old and out of step. Yeah, I am. But I think we're coming back to a time where we're revisiting a lot of those bad things that we used to do simply because we don't want to have to deal with parents yelling and screaming. the Karens of the world coming in on us. And we're trying to avoid that, but we need to do the right thing. We need to do the ethical, we need to do the legal thing. Nobody should be able to tell you that you have to sign anything. That's against the law. If you don't think the kid needs the accommodations, then you don't sign it. But so it's a tough area. But you remembering that you can't just say, well, the EC people take care of that, not the intervention part. You got to know what your MTSS plan is. You got to make sure teachers are following through with it. It's like I told you about the case with Ray at over at Washam Elementary, right over here in Cornelius. They were supposedly doing the reteach lessons, but the teacher was just grading papers, kids doing worksheets. And so their intervention system was not working because, again, you got to get out in the rooms. Person that they had hired to do fidelity checks would just have them do a log. Nobody was checking to make sure they were delivering those lessons. It's incumbent upon you to make sure that you're doing fidelity checks, that you're all the way through the intervention process, all 90 days. And then, once they're through that and they become the purview of the EC people, you need to follow up with them as well. And then the last piece of this, and this is the part that was touched on a minute ago, the part that's really aggravating about this is, for whatever reason, and you hope that you have good EC folks, and that's not always the case. I know that the EC department has done all the testing, they've done all the paperwork, they've done manifestation determinations, they've done the DEC 5, they've done functional behavior assessments, they've done all this paperwork. But in the end, the parent has an equal voice in the decisions that are made. And too many times, staff gets invested. I did all the work. It ought to be what I say. No, so that's the opposite of what Rebecca's talking about. Rebecca's talking about, we're trying to put things in that we don't think they need. On the other hand, parents sometimes demand things that are the demanding piece, or don't want what we say, but we have to come to an accommodation that, even though we did all the paperwork and we're the professionals in the field and we think this is best for your kid, parent also has a deciding vote, and that's hard to take sometimes. So that door swings both ways. It's like Rebecca sometimes, where the parent wants more than we're willing to give, and sometimes we think a child needs more than the parent's willing to accept. But either way, we have to accommodate that parent, regardless of who did the paperwork. And that's the part that you need to learn from this. Working with 504s, working with EC kids and their parents are difficult. And as we found out in our last case study that we did, the regular ed parents, they want a voice in this as well now. If their child, they don't think their children are getting what they are promised in their basic education. So that whole area is very difficult. And my best advice to you, again, is to keep your finger on the pulse, understand that it's your job. Don't delegate it to somebody else. You need to be an active participant in all of those things, because ultimately you're responsible for them. Intervention teams are school-based, or what the state refers to as school-based committees. That means the principal's responsible for it. And it can get sideways in a hurry if you just delegate it to somebody else. You can delegate the activity, but not the responsibility. It always lies with you. All right, share screen, going back. And so we'll do a triplet on this last one. So this will be Phyllis, Andy, and Ann. We'll do on the fourth one here. We'll do this one, and then we'll knock the last two out. Cyberbullying. What'd you learn about cyberbullying?
I don't have much of a voice either, but anyway, what I found in talking with my principal, that if there is any type of harassment, bullying, or discrimination of any kind that is prohibited and not tolerated, that it would be investigated immediately. and the proper actions will take place. Also, as we've talked about before, student is entitled to due process even in the investigation before we jump to any conclusion, but we take those matters very seriously, and it will be investigated and turned over to the proper authorities, and discipline will be or consequences will be given based on what was done.
Okay. Andy or Ann?
See, I found in my school district when I first looked up policy, because when I went to go talk to my administrator, I wanted to see what like the Richmond County schools policies and stuff was on cyberbullying, which I guess is what the discussion board says to do. And I looked through every single policy that they have, and there was not one specific to cyberbullying. There was one on bullying and harassment. There's one on internet safety. So when I talked to my AP about it, because he handles a lot of it, and then a lot of it does get turned over to my principal, because it tends to, where we are, the cyberbullying isn't lately, has not seemed to be just like name calling and bashing and continual, like, it's not been that, it's been sending around naked pictures of somebody else. So in the internet safety policy, there's a whole thing on child pornography. And so I was told that they bring a lot of that policy into play. But just like Phyllis said, there has to be an investigation and the proper authorities have to be brought in. There have been times where we have found out that, the child sent the picture to somebody else, and that picture, just what you would expect. But then there's been one incident here lately where somebody took a picture of somebody changing, and they chose to send that around on their own. And those situations were both handled based on policy, but the investigations looked very different, and who was contacted was very different. I don't know. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in both of those meetings. But yeah, so I was really surprised to not find, or not be able to find, with the world we're in now, a specific cyberbullying policy. But granted, looking through other policies, like for the EC stuff we were just talking about, our district policy was adopted in 2001 and has not been updated since.
Right. Thank you, Andy. Ann?
I just think it's interesting in general that like laws, state laws and federal laws, it's just like what Andy was saying, like the policies haven't been updated to a point where it's appropriately including the use of the internet and the use of social media. And even like laws, state laws are still behind on that. And it's a lot more difficult to prove guilty parties when there's a computer in the mix.
Right.
And I also, through experience, have seen administrators, not necessarily administrators, but faculty who really think it's part of their responsibility to have a social media account where they can kind of monitor what's being talked about, because it usually is something that's stewing virtually that is then going to spill over into the school.
All right, so here's the issue. State law says that bullying may or may not, may include cyberbullying, which is the use of communication technologies. Again, the state law says this, that locals haven't updated their policies. That's probably intentional. They don't want to get into it, because if you look at the cyberbullying law, and I think I had that one, me answer him right quick. If we go back to our, let's see, when I had that one, if I can remember which session that was. Three.
Dr. Lamb, while you're looking for that, one thing I'd like to add is, so we have, all the students have a Google account through us and we're
Yes.
one-to-one. So our school has Gaggle, which this is something I would never even thought about. So they actually monitor everyone's account. And if there's keywords being used, then it flags it and it's sent to admin. And if there is a threatening email and they send it to a student or even a teacher, instead of going to that person, it goes to one of our administrators instead, so they can start conducting an investigation.
Yeah, and yeah, we put a lot of filters on those. Let's see. Okay. Right here it is. This is in the general statutes, 14,458, cyberbullying. And it does all these things. Now, one of the things that we talked about, you know, you have a duty if you allow students access, and you have a duty, as Rebecca said, you have to monitor them. That's part of that law. I won't read through all of it, but that's part of it. And the state says that you have a duty to address bullying, whether it's cyberbullying or not. And there's the law. Now, one of the things that we get into with cyberbullying is we have stupid administrators who think, well, we don't know if it happened here or not, or if they used our machines. And so we don't have to follow up. Yes, you do. That's what the law says. If it disrupts your day, if it comes to you, it's disrupted the day. You have to be involved. Now, therein lies the problem. The cyberbullying statute was not repealed. The only part of it that was amended was the part about Twitter boards. You know, if you're going back and forth and then you decide it's got too rough, you can't claim that you're a victim of bullying when you participate. That's the only thing. Other than that, the statute is still on the books, and too many school districts don't want to get involved, and administrators don't want to get involved in it, claim, well, it didn't happen here. It doesn't matter. The law says you have to be involved in it. You got to stop it. And to the point about the pictures going back and forth, that's how the case I told you over at Huff and Bailey Road Middle, that's what happened over there. The kid had pictures on his phone. They got thankfully I trained that AP years before, got law enforcement involved, and they were able to subpoena and found out that he was blackmailing girls into having sex with him, underage girls at the middle school over those pictures. It was a really nasty thing. He's in prison and will be for a while because he was 18. And so you got to follow up on that stuff. You can't just say, if I ignore it, it'll go away. It won't. Now, in terms of law enforcement, now I know that none of you folks are in my age group, so probably you didn't have Latin in school like I had to back in the day. But I know that you know what the difference between a priori and ex post facto is. I know that you know those things. We actually use them in research. A priori means up front, before the fact. Ex post facto means after the fact. Very important distinction here. You better involve law enforcement a priori, up front, before you step into something where you contaminate evidence or you warn the people and they start deleting accounts and doing those kinds of things. They also have subpoena power that you don't. It's just like the sexual stuff. You don't really have the capacity to be competent at that. You don't have the power and the authority that police have. You need to ask them, you need to involve them up front. They don't like it when you get into it and it's a lot deeper and nastier than you thought it was going to be. And all of a sudden you realize a crime has been committed, and then you go run into them. Then they don't like that. They don't like being on the ex post facto end of things. And then the same thing with the 15-year-old girl and one of the coaches. I would involve the police every step of the way. Now, I know sometimes central office, oh, we don't want the negative PR and that notion of we don't want to convict this man before we find out. Nobody's convicted. That's not the law enforcement does not convict anybody. But they have much more power and authority than you do. But what you don't want to be is involved in is what's happened at Myers Park, where that it's become a cover-up. Yeah, Andy says we've had them at the school. Yeah, if you don't, look what's happened at Myers Park, because they were handling it in-house, and we'll do our investigation, and if we find any law breaking, we'll notify the police. Well, guess what? They never find any law. Again, it's reporting on themselves. This is an IQ test. I get to decide if this is a crime or not. No, I vote no. That's how Myers Park happens. That's how a Butler. That's how this happens. That's how it becomes endemic in an organization. Is we let the people who are going to be held accountable, if the bad things are found out, we let them decide whether it's going to get found out or not. The inmates are running the asylum. That's just beyond crazy. Well, we don't want to ruin these young boys' lives. Well, what about the young girls? Do their lives not matter? And so I saw yesterday, I got to quit reading the news. Young white male privilege, sexually assaulted 4 girls, but he didn't deserve prison time according to the judge. Now these girls are traumatized, will be for the rest of their life, but he don't deserve to have any incarceration, just probation. I've lived too long, knock wood. I never thought I'd see the time when that our national discourses of just the absurd. He needs to be in prison for a long time. Probation. We're worried about him. We're worried about his long-term mental health, not the victims. We're worried about him. And so I don't know the particulars of the case. I hope it wasn't what I suspect it is the evidence was tainted by the people in the school who started the investigation. These were all school people. I hope that it wasn't that case, but I have a sneaking suspicion it probably was. And so that was a sad one to read last night.
So Dr. Lamb, are you saying, I have a friend who's a former principal at a middle school, and a girl came to the office apparently and talked to her about being assaulted under the stairway at the school. And it was at the end of the day, and so she sent the girl home. And I guess if the SRO had been there, it would have turned out differently. But because she sent the girl home, and apparently she wanted to do some kind of investigation, but she wasn't able to until after school was over. And the district, she lost her job without any kind of investigation. Come to find out, the claims were false that the girl made. It didn't happen. So, I don't know at what point they called the law enforcement, and I know it wasn't at the very beginning. So what I hear you saying is that in this case, possibly too, that law enforcement should have been called immediately.
That is correct. That's why
Without-
they got her for not following policy. When we call law enforcement, that doesn't mean we believe this person is guilty. The point is we involve them to investigate because we're not really qualified. And also we have standing, we have bias, we have a dog in the fight. And they're supposed to be impartial. Number one, if somebody comes in and reports sexual misconduct, first thing, we never send them home. That's a no bueno. We do not send them home. We hold them and we call the parent and we call law enforcement every time. We do not just send them home and say we'll look into it later on. That exposes the district to horrible liability, and so you just cannot you cannot do that. But you don't say, well, I'll send you home until I can get an investigation going, until I can start. No, you get in touch with law enforcement. If you don't have a school resource officer, there's one at the school nearby you. If not, you call your district. You call the person who's in charge of that area and say, I've got this and I don't have a policeman. You don't call 911, but we'll get you a policeman in a matter of minutes to take a statement. And we'll also call the parents and have them come in as well. That's the best practice in this. But for whatever reason, I don't know why school people just don't want to involve law enforcement because, well, what if it turns out to be false? Well, we hope it turns out, that somebody wasn't harmed here. But, in research, we call it a problem hunting a solution. I saw this program, well, what does it fix? I don't know, but I liked it. And so, we're looking for a way to make it work. We'll see. In the school administration, we have to be careful that our default is it didn't happen or they're innocent. And so we'll make that determination. Well, you're always going to err on the side of what's best for you. The consultant that recommends this particular program because he sells that program. In one of my doctoral classes this semester, we have a situation where it was a small business with only 6 employees, and the consultant recommended that said their problem in their organization was they needed an organizational chart. Well, everybody that worked there could ride to work the same car. What was an organizational chart going to do? Well, that's what she sold. Amazing how that works. I've got exactly what you need. We always tend to find what we want to find through investigation. That's why we call it disciplined inquiry in research, that you find what you find. But, the problem in school administration is because we started this conversation today with what is the penalty if these things have happened at your building? Those persistently dangerous incidents, these sexual things all fall under the purview of persistently dangerous. We're punished if they did happen. And so we're much more likely, we're more inclined to find that they didn't happen or claim, well, that since it didn't happen here, we don't have to be involved in it. Because we're afraid that if we open it up, we'll find out maybe things did happen. Again, it's that the monster under the bed, I ain't gonna look. Insert metaphor here. And that's it. But again, I hate that anybody, I truly do, y'all don't believe it. I really hate when anybody loses their job, their livelihood. But our job is to protect kids and do the right thing. And that's what we do as school administrators. Again, we don't teach a soul, but we have to make sure that, theoretical frameworks, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, safety and security. I hate it, but we have to make sure that we do those things. And we can't allow kids to be victims in our building and not take action. And calling or involving the police does not mean you believe somebody's guilty. You have to take all reports seriously. The case at North Mecklenburg is they did the investigation and they found that the girl consented to have sex. The problem was, if you read the state law again, I pulled it up this morning, although sexual infractions, the caveat is, if you're 16, even if you're willing, but if you're mentally incapacitated, if you're self-contained DC, you can't consent at any age. The girl was self-contained DC. They knew that. But their excuse as to why they reported or get involved in it was because, oh, she's 16. Well, but she can't consent. She doesn't have the mental capacity. And so they all had to go home. They knew that. They intentionally didn't want to do the right thing. All right, so we've talked about, I'm monitoring our time here. We've talked about discipline. And so this one is volunteer. Anybody have anything earth shattering when they talk to their school? We talked about restorative justice. We talked about due process. Kid gets to write a statement, gets to have his day in court, basically in our office and those things. Anybody have anything that stood out to them when they interviewed an AP about discipline or when they observed a due process incident? Anybody have anything that they'd like to share on this one?
My AP admitted that our current discipline is not working with ISS or OSS, and they are researching different ways and different just alternatives for it. But there's no conclusion on what's going to happen yet.
Yeah. Sometimes what we think are punishments or deterrents are not for kids. I've told you, I've had parents come to me and say, I don't want my kids to spend it out of school. It's not good for them. Well, and that's when I would tell parents, I never claimed it was. I know it's not good for your child, but it's good for everybody else. We need a break from your child. Sometimes you do that, but again, that we need to work for solutions that are restorative and work. If ISS and OSS are not working, then you need to know that. I'm trying to remember when I was a high school teacher 40 years ago. I believe it was 40 years this year. We got this new young fella as a coach, Johnny, and I'm trying to remember Johnny's last name. But everybody liked him, and he was young and just out of college. It was one of those mid-year graduation things, he was hired and didn't really have a job yet, so they made him the ISS teacher. That's back when we still had teachers doing ISS. So they hired him as an ISS teacher / football coach, and everybody liked Johnny. He was young, attractive, especially the girls. And I'm guessing even in them days, some of the guys, but I don't, not that that matters. But so they decided we were going to have Johnny do an ISS, and so Johnny, they put him in the old book room. wasn't very big, down on the first floor of the main building, and it was so small, it's just been kind of a hallway. It was they put a window unit in it, air conditioning. Well, in those days, there was no such thing as air conditioning in school, especially like up on the third floor of the main building. It'd melt wax candles. I mean, it was so hot up there. And they put an air conditioner in the little book room where Johnny was going to have ISS. Now, we really hadn't had much use for ISS. Kids were pretty well behaved. It was, the high school, it was the elite high school of the district, had all the doctors and lawyers, kids, pretty good. It was a really, really good school for a public high school. It was an elite high school. We didn't have much, but, every day the mimeograph, came out, and it had on the absence list who was absent every day. This back in the old days, and it had who was suspended, and it had who was in ISS. Well, we would have maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks we'd have a suspension, and rarely did we ever have anybody in ISS. I think they'd been holding an auditorium until then. So, but they made a room and put this attractive young guy with an air conditioner in there. It took 7 pages. Within a month, it took 7 pages, and everybody's name was on ISS. And so, but we weren't too smart in those days. We didn't realize that ISS was not a deterrent. ISS was a reward, and 90% of the names on the list were girls who'd never been in trouble at all in their life, but figured out a way to get in that room with air conditioning with John. And of course, then all the boys, when they figured out all the girls were in there. And pretty soon half the school was in ISS. Stop for a minute here. I'm telling you, this is absolutely a true story. Johnny Millwood. I was trying to remember what Johnny's last name was. Johnny Millwood. You know, folks, it's not a deterrent if everybody wants it. So the lesson to be learned there is that you need to work toward restorative justice. And if you're going to give punishments, they actually need to be things that are deterrents. They must actually work. We just don't do them because we've always done them. We've always done things this way. We need to be more intentional about finding things that deter the behaviors, that address the behaviors, so that they recidivism, that they won't keep on happening. It's not good if it keeps on, if they keep on getting it, it's not working. And so you need to monitor those kinds of things as well with your discipline. I think that's a great point, Rebecca, is that you got to make sure that discipline is actually discipline and not a reward. I know that sounds kind of like an oversimplification, but it's kind of the heart of the whole thing. And why we do it. If it doesn't change behaviors, then it's not, it doesn't fit the purpose that it was intended for. I think that's a big part of disciplinary process at a school. And remember, we always, we've got a state manual that defines it for us completely. You've got a local code of conduct that gives you the range so that you're not capricious, you don't give more than is intended. And you know that we can't be arbitrary, that every child has to go through the same process. Again, we don't send, Andy back to class and shoot me. We make sure that, that we do this equitably. And then our last one, field trip policy. Now you say, Dale, this is kind of this is kind of a one-off, something that seems fairly innocuous. One of the things I want to make sure, and I don't have it in this one, but it's that you understand. When kids are on field trips, the same rules apply at school. The story always, it's always, what was it? When Laws taught, I wish he was here today so I could insult him in person. I'll just have to do it in absentia. When Laws taught, I think he was a business teacher. What was it? Business and marketing. I'm quite sure that he probably ran the DECA club. Do we still have DECA clubs? Distributive Education Clubs of America. So yeah, I'm quite sure, he'll never admit it, but I'm quite sure that he was probably the DECA club advisor. And they're the worst. Whenever they go on, go to DECA conferences or field trips or events, they're always drinking at high school. Always. It's just, if the sun comes up, the DECA club's gonna drink on the field trip. You just know that. As a high school principal, you just dread when they go and leave campus and do something. And the story is the teacher didn't turn them in or whatever because they weren't call the police. It's a crime. They're underage drinking. You call the police. Well, that would be a public. No, I don't care what the parents think. Call the police. That's just like if a car hits a bus and you're on the bus, you're a supervisor, you call the police. Don't offer medical advice. Don't say, well, I was going to check, you're not a doctor. In court, they'll make you admit that. You call the police. If you're on a field trip and kids are drinking, you call the police. You involve law enforcement. We can't make field trips different than the rules don't leave when we leave school. We have to follow that. Now, the part of this that's also the part is media and parents who will show up. Make sure you don't make comments to them because they'll hold, nobody was hurt. Well, my child was hurt. And you don't want to make statements. Everything's got to come out through the public information office. And that's the reminder of this one. The caveat, the reason I like this one is no matter what happens in your building, sexual assault, no matter what happens on a field trip, bus wreck, whatever, you don't speak to the media. You don't tell your side of the story or try to get in front or do all that or go on social media and post your manifesto. No, Everything comes out through the district. Now, they may approve for you to be interviewed or make a statement as a school administrator, but no, the default is always no. Always no. All right, so that is all the activities that we did this semester. It links back to all of our case studies and all of our activities. Let me do this before it times me out again. That's right. All right, so let me go back here. I know that you know this one right here, your teacher's manual. Our last module is on personnel. We touched on it many times this semester. You know what the teacher evaluation process is. You folks are experts. I'm not going to insult you. So I know you know this one. You know what the standards are for teachers. That's kind of heart of personnel is, again, making sure that, once you get them hired and get them in, it's your job to induct and to evaluate them for, if they can teach. Now, out of this, there are rules, federal rules on employment. And so I had this pulled up, but I lost it. So pardon me while I pull it back up again. So here is my suggested plan. And now it could be a lot more higher level than this. Y'all have already figured out I'm kind of simple. But this is kind of the framework. This is kind of the minimum. The framework that you would work off of in that. Let me find it here. Here we go. So back to the question that Leah had about the teacher that's not very good. At mid-year, we could do one of two things. And since they are initially certified, we can say through observations, the formal evaluation system, that this person is even though they have a contract for the year, that they, are not proficient in these areas. They have no right to an action plan. Usually we don't do that unless they're really badly harming kids, and we will try an action plan with beginning teachers, but we're not required to. At the end of the year, we don't have, for beginning teachers, for initially certified people who don't have career status, we don't have to do any. We can just non-renew them at the end of the year. For career status teachers, if we're going to go due process on them, this is what we would have to do. And so we involve our BTs in this as well. We generally give them we extend these due process rights to them as if they had a property status right. We don't have to, but it's the right thing to do. Because in the end, what we're trying to do is improve instruction. The point of the exercise is not just to get rid of people, it's to try to improve instruction. And so we approach it from the perspective of everybody can improve. Now, we know that everybody can't, but we approach it from that perspective. So here's what this would look like according to personnel law. What we're working on is best practices, how to teach. We have to be very specific in what we're trying to do. Now, in the case that Lee brought, if it's not just instruction, if it's some of those other things, then our plan would be based on that for that person. Let me be clear in that. When we look at those teaching standards, if it's not delivery, if it's some of the other things, our plan would have to address that as well. But that's why I said this is a rudimentary plan. There would be more than just Marzano in this, but I'm just using this as an example so that I can convey it in the quickest and simplest way. And so for the purposes of this discussion, we're just talking about best practices, actual instructional delivery, but there's more to that in the evaluation process. You folks know that. There's more standards than standard one. And so if this person is violating what we thought may be part of 1, all of 2 and 4, then that's what would be in the plan. We would have all of those standards embedded in a much more comprehensive plan. But again, this is the scaled down version of the plan of what you've got to do to meet the legal requirements for continuing teachers and what you should do for all beginning teachers. And so in your first semester, you know, you make sure that you do your staff development on what the expectation of teachers are. It ranges from 30 minutes to all day based on how good or bad they are. You got to do that at the beginning of the year. You have to tell folks what the standards are. This is the expectation. You have to do it every year. I would advocate you do it at the beginning of each semester. You remind them these are the teaching standards that you're being held accountable for. You know, again, this is just one standard that I'm looking at here, but these are the standards that you're responsible for. We looked at them this morning, 4 teaching standards. And if we're not good at one of those, if our data tells us from walkthrough and formals that we aren't good, that's what determines the length of the staff development that we give them on that required work day. And then we start from the first day of school. You know, the PLCs work on the lowest, you know, from our walkthrough data of the individual strategies. We make sure that we're working on those strategies in our PLCs to get better. And we're working on them at least 30 minutes a week to make sure that we don't just tell people. See, you know, if especially if we've got a career person and we're moving to terminate a career person, they're going to say, yeah, they told me that I needed to do, but they didn't tell me how, or they didn't show me. So we got to make sure in our plan that we are working with these teachers to improve the things that we tell them that we expect of them. That's the notion here. And we can do a lot of that through PLC work. We can also do that through one-on-one coaching. We start the first 9 weeks with our beginning teachers. They should all have a coach that works with them, either a colleague in the same department who knows the content, or an instructional facilitator or an instructional coach. Let me stop my share right there and go back to the full screen. How many of you have served in that role? Mary has. And so.
You mean like a mentor teacher, right?
Yes, a mentor teacher, exactly. A mentor teacher. Even the poorest districts can do that. Now, everybody's not a high wealth district that can afford content or curriculum coaches to come in and work with BTs, beginning teachers, BTs. But everybody can afford a mentor. You've already got them. Now, the trick, as I've told you before, is to unbalance your schedule so that when Mary is mentoring me, you know, as a young chemistry, physics, whatever, biology teacher, biology for idiots, the repeaters, when she's mentoring me, I can go watch her while she's teaching when I'm on planning, and when she's on planning, she can come and watch me. You know, you can do that. I know that you know, trust me, the building won't fall down in high school if everybody in the same department don't have planning at the same time. I know that teachers believe that the world will stop, that time will stand still, but you can do that. And so everybody can do that part. Even if you don't have externally funded folks like coaches and content folks and curriculum specialists and facilitators, even if your district does not employ those externally funded folks, you can still do that as a principal. It's incumbent upon you to have mentor teachers, but you also need to make sure that they can watch and can be watched by the person that mentors them. Both of them sitting and planning at the same time. You know, that won't, I'm just telling you, down the road, when it goes due process, when they fight their termination, that won't go well. Because they'll say, did they give you a mentor? Yes. Well, we talked about the ball game the day before. Did you go what? No, I was on planning. I couldn't go, you know. They weren't teaching. We had planning at the same time, and I had planning. I couldn't go watch them. Did they ever come watch you? Well, no, they were on planning, and I had planning. That won't go well. I'll just tell you right now. And so you got to make sure that, so that's the beginning. Now that the second semester, repeat, you know, wash, rinse, repeat. You repeat what you did, you know, but when you get to when you get to the second quarter, you should have identified, by the second quarter, you should have identified your teachers who aren't performing well that are your returning teachers. And you do the same thing. They get a mentor. And if that's not going well at mid-year, we go to the action plan. Back to share screen. And so again, we start with those youngsters, and then at the beginning of the second quarter, we had our low performing teachers, as I just said, as determined by walkthroughs and formal observation. Again, make sure the planning times don't match. And then at the beginning of the second semester, again, we have that staff development on the expectations from the teaching standards. We work on our PLCs again, and then we start the action plan on those continuing teachers. Now, it's optional whether you do the action plan for beginners or not. I would say you should. I just believe that we give everybody every opportunity to be successful. When you hire somebody, your number one job is for them to be successful. I just believe that. I bet, y'all have figured out I'm not too humanistic, but I do have my heart is small, but I do have one. And of course, you know what happens in the fourth one. If they've not done that, they get to know some non-renewal beginning of the fourth quarter. Now, again, this is a very rudimentary plan. This is the heart of what you've got to be able to do if you want to improve instruction, and at the same time, follow personnel law that will allow you to get it gives you the best opportunity for improvement, but it also covers you legally if you need to make a move, as Lee was talking about. I would argue that at half year with a BT, that you can move on them at half year without an action plan. They're not guaranteed one, but if they're not harming kids, if you think they're not, if you can hang on and give them an action plan, that's a much more humanistic. But if they're actually harming kids, yeah, you need to move it at mid-year on that person. And so Rebecca said they pay mentors. Yeah. Some districts pay them, some do other things, some do in kind. Different ways to do that. Mentoring used to be a paid, and some do it and some don't. I think mentors ought to be paid. I think it really helps with the process. It formalizes, and you can have expectations of the mentor, as I think you should. Let me share my screen and see where we are. I see I'm watching our time here. I can close that one. I can close that one. No, I don't want to. And do that and that. Okay, we've covered that. No. Let me make sure. Yeah. We won't need to cover that now. All right, so as kind of closure to that one, that's what this is. This under today's lesson is building a school-wide professional development empowerment. This is a presentation I did for a school district, a local school district, where I'm doing staff development with them. And basically it's what I just covered. And it's just the general stuff that you folks know. It's the big ideas. Professional development plans contain two components: content and process. School improvement plan, academic initiatives, best teaching practices for delivering, Marzano, and then here that is. And so this is just a little quick and dirty that you can adapt. Again, now this is just the basic stuff. You would have more than this, but again, for the purposes of teaching people how the system works, I try to keep it, as you can see, as simple as I can. Just big ideas. I have to keep it simple because I'm a fairly simple person. And so I have this one, and the other one that goes back to our OMA that we did this semester is on how to build, how to do master scheduling. This is when I did this one in Thomasville. I do PD for different ones. And again, it goes back to everything that we've talked about this semester. It's just a quick and dirty, and it's a beginning conversation on master scheduling. Master scheduling is one of the two cornerstones that with a budget that supports the school improvement plan. Master scheduling things you'll need. These are the things that you'll need to do a master schedule. If you remember in task 1 of the OMA, we had you gather all this stuff because that's what you need. And then the rationale, again, it goes federal law, then state law, then board policy, then EVOS performance data or best practices, and then teacher input comes last. It always goes in that order, always. It never changes. Your federal programs, I've defined those for you. Here's state law things you have to make sure that you involve in your scheduling, your class size limit, highly qualified, teacher licensure, days, hours, minutes of instruction, planning time, duty-free time, teacher work days. State addresses all these. And then the local board and policy talks about what kind of schedule you're going to have, whether it's block, mosaic, traditional, AB day, flex, block. Mosaic, by the way, is school in a school. Hours of instruction of each of those individual subjects, special programs, clubs, organization, local assessments, all that stuff is built into that. Best practices is all your performance data, and then of course your teacher input. And that should be information on students, not what I want. Conclusion, the master schedule does not positively impact the academic initiatives of your school improvement plan. Is the outcome of poor master scheduling process and did not occur by chance or luck. We can increase the probability of our master scheduling having a positive impact by utilizing the proper master scheduling rationale. It's a process. Start with our federal program, then our state law, then our local board policies, our performance data, and then teacher input. If we will follow that process, we will get a master schedule that works for our school. All right, I can close that one. The last thing this morning is the principal and assistant principal evaluation process. It mirrors that of the teachers, but the two things I want to make sure that you understand about it, and we've gone through the standards. I covered the standards the first day. I want to revisit that one quickly in terms of this. You will be evaluated, and what you will have to do is evidence and artifacts, just like you've done in the EDCI program, the Mels program, the EDLS. The reason why we do that is because that's the way that you will be evaluated in your job. You will have to have a written narrative and evidence of what you did. And then you'll have to have artifacts, products that are generated as a result of the work that you did. And if you understand the difference, you're way ahead of the game. The term artifact is not interchangeable with evidence. Evidence is a written narrative of what you did for evaluation purposes. Artifacts generated by the work. It's not something you created just for evaluation. School improvement plan is an artifact. Your budget is an artifact. You didn't just do that so that you could pass your evaluation. It's the things that were developed along the way. And if you understand that process, you shouldn't have any problem at evaluation time. All right, it's your choice. How long a break do you want for lunch? We're going to come back and do the interviewing session. The interviewing session takes 1 hour, and we're going to be done. So you tell me what time you want to come back. It is now, according to the official clock, they called me from Big Ben in London this morning to find out what time it was. According to the official timepiece, it's 12:03.
How much time do you need for lunch, Dr. Lamb?
Look at me. Do I look like I need to eat? What I normally do is just take the 10 and we push on through and get done quicker that way. Y'all don't want to go to 4 o'clock, do you? I was hoping to get done between 1 and 1:30. That was my goal. I told you we'd try to do that.
Let's take a 10 or 20-minute break.
All right, let's be back at 12:15. We'll split the difference. 12:15, we're rolling again, and we'll be done.
Well, in
at 1.
class, you said 1, so I've.
We'll be
I've got
back.
company
We'll be
showing up
back
at
at
1.
12:15. So we'll be done by 1:15. We got 1 more hour to go for the interviewing section. And so I'll see y'all back at 12:15. Thank you. I need to be doing that. All right. So back to our document here. So under the Strength Finder, if that is what your district uses to get you into the applicant pool, again, 5 sections of 12 questions that they're going to ask you, and you got to be declarative. And so I'm going to ask these questions as we go. So I'll ask the first one of Rebecca. So the first question is, Rebecca, are you always an on-time person?
Yes.
That's the answer. What if you say, well, sometimes, or most of the time, or I try to be, or any of that? That's a no. That's you don't get credit for that one. They'll finish out the section, but they won't ask you any more questions. You'll be done. But you know, don't call us, we'll call you. Why is that? Why is that the first and the most important landmine question? What is school based on?
A schedule.
A schedule, a time. Bell rings, go to class. Bell ring, go to next class. Buses run on time. Lunch is on time. Can we put somebody in charge who's not an on-time person? Absolutely not. I had an AP candidate come and interview at the high school. Of course, you know, all the high schools in Charlotte-Mecklenburg are early start. That means we're in class by 7. We open up every morning at 6:20. Buses start rolling in by 6:30. We've had breakfast and we're in class but the tardy bell rings at 7. And I had an AP candidate say, well, you know, I'm not really a morning person. What? I can't use you. We start early every morning, not just every now and then. Every morning we start early. So that's one of those critical things that you've got to understand. It may sound like a throwaway question, but the answer is yes. And I'm always early. That is the answer. The second one is, and I'm gonna ask, I know she's ailing today, but I'm gonna ask Elizabeth this one. Elizabeth, if the pay were exactly the same, would you prefer to be a teacher or an assistant principal? If the pay were exactly the same.
Is this one of the questions to be AP?
Yes.
Then I would be AP.
There you go. And you can't pause. If they ask you that question, I'd be assistant principal. You know, if it was paid exactly the same. Why is that important?
Because that's the job you're applying for.
You're not just changing from one part of the building to the next. You are changing careers. Your desire now is to no longer work with students, but to work with adults and for the benefit of students. When you become a school administrator, your client system is the faculty. You now work with adults on a daily basis. You don't go to the room with a group of kids anymore. And you've got to want to work with adults. They are in many ways much more difficult than working with children. It's a different job. If you want to work with kids, we'll let you stay working with kids. But you've got to understand that you are changing careers, and that you got to, and you're not just doing it because of the pay. We get a lot of folks who come to assistant principal interviews, and the only reason they're there is they're trying to get their pay up for retirement, or they're trying to make more money. They don't really want to work with adults and all that it involves and entails, and the training and all the stuff that we've run by you this semester that you've got to know. They just want to get paid more. And so we're weeding out those people, the looky-loos, as I call them. All right, Andy. Have you ever had any experience in the running a business?
Actually, yes.
That's the answer. Why are we interested in running a business?
Because school is a business.
That is correct. It's got a budget, it's got rules, it's got personnel, it's got everything. It is a business. You're not teaching anymore. You're now in the leadership. You are running a business. And you have to understand that the business has more. Although what is our core competency? What's our sausage? It's teaching. But the business is much more than that. Steve and I were talking yesterday. You know, you can't go to the rooms and stay 90 minutes at a time. Just, you can't go hide in the rooms all day as a principal. You've got to learn the art of the walkthrough in order to be a principal. You just got to. The hit and run, because there's too many other things. It's a business. And it's multifaceted. And you got to know that. All right, Jennifer, if there was a policy, a district policy that you thought was harming kids that you didn't agree with, would you enforce that policy?
We have to enforce the district policy. We do federal, state, and district, no matter
That is
what.
correct. No matter what. That goes back to case study 2. We follow all laws and policies, period. See, what we worry about is we put somebody in charge that decides what they want to do and not do, nor things like reporting sexual assaults and harassments. I don't agree with that. I don't think we ought to have to do that. Don't think. I told you. My position coach told me, we didn't hire you to think. We want you to stick your head in the tight end's rib when he comes across the middle. That's what your head's good for, a battering ram. Don't think. Follow all laws, policies, federal, state, local, period. That's what we're hiring you to do. We can't let you decide what you want to do and not want to do. That's one of those that scares us to death. What we're trying to figure out is are you going to do the right things? Can we give you the keys, or are you going to be like Barney when Andy went to Raleigh that time and he deputized Otis to town drunk and gave Gomer a gun? Are you going to do something stupid? That's what we're trying to figure out. Are you going to do the right thing? All right. Mary, do you like competition?
Yes.
There you go. Why is that important?
Test scores, school performance.
That's correct. They hire you as a school administrator to make a good number go up or a bad number go down. It's just that simple. It's no more than that. We want test scores to go up. We want suspension rate and then absentee rate, and failure rate to go down. It is a competition. You can't, it's not for the faint-hearted, the meek or the mild. You got to be in there. And then the last of the landmine questions that I'll ask Leah goes back, I think, to what Steve covered with you in the first half. Do you think that schools ought to be involved in marketing themselves?
Yes.
Absolutely. Why? Why do schools need to be involved in marketing themselves? Or is there any competition out there? Lord have mercy. We got charters, we got privates. We've got the local school district next door. We've got all of those. And you're in competition, to keep your kids and especially to try to keep some of the ones that can actually read and write. When I was high school principal, a neighboring school district, right across, we bordered the South Carolina line. And the neighboring school district, which was over in Fort Mill, hired my band director. Said, you can go ahead and retire. And you can double dip in South Carolina. And so they recruited my band director. Did that matter? I was in competition with them, but what happened to what happened to my band program? It left with him. You know, in general, again, probability in general. Are you band kids your best academic or your worst academic students? They're your best ones. You lose 125 band kids, what happens to your test scores? Even in a large high school, you take a hit, especially your AP, the number of students taking APs, you know, all of those, you know, the number of kids passing AP, you know, the number of kids that score, you know, that score in 3s and 4s, you take a hit. You know, you take the top, well, let's see, 150, you know, you take 10% of, you know, of that off the top. I mean, it's got to hurt you. But that's an extraneous example. But the notion here is you are in competition, whether you acknowledge it or not, and you got to market your school. And so those are the kinds of questions that they'll ask you. They'll ask you a lot of the things that we've covered in this course. You need to be definitive. But those are the landmine kind of questions. And the looky-loos and the people just looking to up their salary, the ones that don't know anything about what school administration is or why we do it, they'll answer one or more, you know, they'll answer one wrong. Eventually, it will trip them up and catch them. And so that it's all based on Strength Finder. So that's one of them. Now, Winston-Salem does, some districts do where they do a disaggregation project with you. Let me share my screen. Go back to that document. They will do they'll do virtual interviews, or they'll do a data disaggregation with you. They'll do a reasoning activity. They'll do, and I don't have the data disaggregation because that's generally part of the virtual. They will they'll give you a series of questions. They may not even be somebody live on there with you. Let me see if I've got that. They'll make you do performance data analysis task. And what basically it is the app cell. They'll give you some test scores. You got to disaggregate them right quick and figure out what your most pressing need is, and do a mini and do some recommendations as a mini action plan. They will give you this ahead of time, or they'll give you a certain amount of time. When they do it virtually, you'll come on, ask some questions. They'll give you the prompt, and then you'll meet back with them in an hour or whatever that the allotted time that they have for you to do this. This is what you'll do, and it's just the app cell. That's what it is. Now, the questions will look similar to this. This is the one from CMS, virtual interview questions. What experiences you had, time you were under immense pressure, you faced a crisis, a hardship, something negative, how'd you come through it? And again, they did a video of a 9th grade class. You had to take notes and give some suggestions for improvement, or they, in lieu of that, sometimes some districts will plug in the data analysis project, but it's a performance task and it's virtual. Here's a couple of notes. You know how to do the app cell, you know how to view a class video, but here's the trick, especially if they show it to you and you take notes. Let me see if I've got it. Here's the best tool. See this? Sticky notes. Write the big ideas down. You can do your document if you do that, but make sticky notes and remember which side the sticky is on, and put them around the border of your screen, so that when you come back, even if you're so that you know that you're just like me, I'm looking at the screen right now. and you can't tell if I'm reading my notes from around the screen, do not read your notes. Don't sit and do this. You know, I've gotten where I can look over kind of to the side. Don't sit and look down and read your notes when you come back. Virtual interviews, that's the key to those, is always be facing the screen. If you need to take notes, and some people do, and that's fine. Take them on stickies, put them around the border of your screen so that the person that's viewing back can't see them, where you can speak to those points so that you won't have to sit and say, did I cover everything on my list? Don't do that. That's a bad look. You will not pass the virtual interview if you do that. Now, many of you, we have a lot more practice doing virtual since COVID, but that's just one of those things that prior to that, but even still, don't read notes when you do a virtual interview. That's the biggie. But again, there's one or two things. They'll either have you view a video of a class, y'all are expert, or they'll have you look at data. Same thing you did in the app cell. Again, y'all are expert at that. So that would be that one. The other one at the level that would weed out people is the in-basket activity. That's where they have you do reasoning, and they'll always have a law question in there or a policy question that will trip you up. And then generally the one that I have in the in-basket activities, share screen, the one that I have in there, I'll go ahead and close that one, is the one on Dr. Brown, the newspaper would like to do a feature on you as a new principal, and I need to set up a time for interviewing you and some of your teachers and interviewing some of your students. Please respond as soon as you receive this email and let me know a good time to come. All right. Who hadn't I picked on lately? Heather, what's your response to this? The news media wants to come to your school. They want to interview teachers. They want to interview kids. They want to take pictures and video. When's a good time to come?
Never.
Never. That is the appropriate response. All media requests go to who?
District.
Public Information Office, PIO. Every district has one. What's the problem also with giving outside people access to kids? Does that violate FERPA?
Huge privacy.
Yeah, huge. You get, absolutely. You got to know that kind of stuff. But all media requests go through the Public Information Office. All. So they'll give you a series of reasoning questions. Now, what you got to understand is, at the end of all those questions, what they're going to have you do is put those questions in one of 4 core quadrants. All right, so here's the who am I going to pick on to answer this question? So you got to put all these questions. You got to rank them. You got to put them in these 4 quadrants. I'll give you a minute to look at them. So all these scenarios they give you, you have to rate them. Again, this is a reasoning activity. It's quadrant 1. It's urgent and important. It's not urgent, but it is important. 3, it's urgent, but it's not important. And 4, it's not urgent and not important. It's like spam or something. Just ignore. There's a couple of spam emails. All right. Which one of these quadrants? I'm going to leave them on the screen. Which one of these quadrants, if you put any of these in, is the landmine that will disqualify you? Phyllis, I'm gonna ask Phyllis this. Which one? Look at them. Take a second to look at them. If you put any of the 22 of these scenarios, if you say, well, number 6 is urgent, or it's not urgent, or it's important, which one of these quadrants, if you put any of these 22 in, does it automatically disqualify you?
Not urgent, not important.
No, so that's spam.
Okay, I missed the question then. I missed it all. I missed it all. Say it again.
Which of these quadrants, if you put one of these scenarios in, would it disqualify because you're not being rational or reasonable? You're not able to think rationally. and handling scenarios when things come to you that you won't do the right thing. And so the standards are urgent and important. And so the choices are this email that I got, you know, this scenario, this thing that has dropped on my desk today. I've got to know if it's urgent and important, I got to deal with it right now. It's urgent and yeah, I got to deal with it. Or it's not urgent, but I know down the road I'm going to have to deal with this, but I can wait a day or two, or I can talk to somebody, or I can think about it, or I can talk to it with the faculty. Or is it, it's not urgent, it's not important. It is urgent, but it's not important. Or it's not urgent, it's not important, it's just spam. I can ignore it and go on with my day. So if you get an email or a scenario that comes to your desk, which of these it can't, that if you put it in this category, shows us that you are not a rational decision maker?
2 or 3.
No, it's got to be one or the other.
Not urgent, important.
No.
Okay, now I've gone through all of it. Nothing left. Urgent, not important.
3.
Yeah.
Think about it for a minute. How can it be urgent if it's not important?
That's true.
You can have things that are not urgent but are important. You know, we got to do the fire drill later this week. That's important. It's not urgent.
But it's
We don't
not
have to do it
urgent.
yet. But there's no such thing as something that, oh, it's urgent, we got to do it right now, but it's not important. That's holding the pig.
Right.
That's what we're talking about.
Right.
That's what we're talking about. Is that's the holding the pig is the personification of that. It's not urgent. You know, he urgently felt it was urgent for him to be holding that pig because we got to eat these apples while they're ripe on the tree, but it's not important. There's no such thing as something that's urgent. Got to do it right now, but it's not important. And so again, we're trying to determine, do you know what's important in school business, and do you know what timing and what you got to deal with and what your time frame is. There's no such thing as something that's urgent, but it's not important. It can't be urgent if it's not important. If it's not important, we don't bother. You know, we move on. And so that's the kind of thing that you get. You get data, you get teaching scenarios. They do a full strength finder with you, or they do a reasoning activity. And you just have to reason through these things. And that's what delineates that first level. That's what gets you, once you get through that, you're now a real applicant. You're a real candidate now. Once you get past that first level, that's the whole notion.
But is it not possible for something to be, well, I see your point, but at the same time, I'm thinking, is it not, can something be urgent, but not important that you do it right at that moment?
No, that would be, but not urgent, but important. That's what that would be. You got to do it. It's important, but it's not urgent to do it right now. This means that we got to do it right now, but why would we have to do something that's not important? It can't be urgent if it's not important. These are mutually exclusive terms.
Right, but I was just thinking it can be urgent, but I don't have to necessarily stop what I'm doing to do it right at that moment. It's important.
Well, that would be urgent and important right here, or it would be not urgent, but it is important right here. Again, if you got, again, they're asking you to understand the matrix here of how you decide what and when you do things.
Right, that's what I was saying. There could be an urgency to it, but the urgency doesn't have to be right at that moment. It's not important.
That's what urgent means, is right at this moment. That you got to deal with it right. See, there are many scenarios in schools that you got to stop whatever and I used to have this conversation with my assistant principals. I tried to remember to do it weekly at the Friday meeting. Now, I don't have on a pocket on my shirt today, but you see I have pads. Now, for years, I carried a pad in my pocket every day that had my list of things that I wanted to do. I just write them down now. I'm the world's worst. I have everything that I want to do. I have written down. This one's full. I just finished this one yesterday. Everything that I want to do, I have it written down on a daily basis. And I gave the assistant principal pads. That's one of the things I gave them. Put it in your pocket. Carry it with you. You need to have a plan of what you're going to do every day. But now I said, but here's the thing. Please remember, you got to understand when something comes to you. I can't be there holding your hand, but you got to understand when something comes to you that you got to deal with it right now. Doesn't matter what you got planned. It doesn't matter that you need to be in the class in 15 minutes to do an observation. This demands your attention right now. Those are the things that we're going to end up on the news on, or somebody's going to lose their job on if you don't deal with it right now. To your point earlier, you can't send a kid home and say, I don't have time, or the buses are gone, or I got to do this. When somebody comes and says, I was sexually assaulted, or you got to drop whatever you're doing and do it right now, because that's urgent. I got to do it right now, and it's important. That's the whole notion is, and I can't, the folks at the central office who are hiring you can't be with you every minute of every day. Me as principal of a large 3,000 student high school with 6 assistant principals, I can't be with each one of them every day. I can't be with you all the time, but you have to know, you have to have that spidey sense. For me, it's easy because the hair on my back stands up. You ladies don't have that problem. But for me, you have to know. Again, that's one of the things that Steve and I talked about yesterday in preparation for class today is you have to, if you don't know, you have to know who to ask, but a bell has to go off. Dale said something about that, during one of those rants that crazy man had. I remember he said something, I better ask somebody. That bell's got to go off. That hair's got to stand up on your head, or for me, if I don't have any on my head, on my back. You've got to know this is important. I can't get this wrong. I got to do this right now. I can't wait till tomorrow. I've got to stop what I'm doing and handle this right now. And you get a lot of the, unfortunately, in school administration, you get a lot of those things that come your way. And when you're in court, you don't ever want to say, well, yeah, that kid came and told me that on Tuesday, but I didn't have time to deal with it. And so, yeah, we had a kid get shot on Wednesday. The kid came and told me that another kid had a gun and was going to shoot somebody tomorrow, but I was busy. I had to do that. I needed to do that formal observation on that 2LT, or our whatever the second year teacher beginning. I needed to do that observation. I just didn't have time to deal with that right now. The kid came and said that he saw a gun on another kid. I just didn't have time. You got to know what's urgent and what's important. You got to know what's important, but you also got to know the urgency to it. Yeah, I got to deal with that, but I can wait till tomorrow to deal with that. Or I better get on that right now. A teacher come in at the end of the day and you're in your office and say, kid told me in second period today that there was a gun on campus. The buses have already left now. What am I going to do now? Don't you think that was an important thing to come tell me during second period? Well, my planning, I didn't want to miss my planning. You never want to have this conversation in court or at the funeral home, but you didn't bother to act because you knew it was important, but you had other things that you thought were more urgent to deal with. And so this is when it gets to that level of you got to know these things, or if you don't know, you got to know who to ask, but you got to have that sense of what's, of what is important, number one, but number two is that, what's my time frame? When have I got to deal with this? Can I wait on this one, or is this one that demands my time and attention right now? And so when you get through the first level, when you get through your first level, you go to your second level. And this is generally the group interview. Let's see if I've got it. All right, you go to your group interview. Now, these are going to be easy questions. They're not going to be anything that you don't know. But the trick here is vocabulary. Yesterday, as I finished up my 7 that were finishing this time, their final defenses, and I was talking with my colleague Jeff. I said what I was most proud of them was their vocabulary. They sounded like they were educated. They knew how to use the methodology terms. They understood, or they at least appeared to understand, and their vocabulary was that of somebody that you felt good about conferring their doctorate on. And so that's a big part of being a professional, is vocabulary, in terms of your vocabulary matches the situation that you're in. And the biggest problem we have with school people is they think they're talking to other school people, and they'll make an error, and then they'll compound it with a bigger error. I was asked for a local school district, I was asked to design a interview system for their principal of the year candidates. They hadn't had anybody that had won, that had gone on beyond the district. And so they came to me, since I do interviewing and these things. And I also, believe it or not, was state principal of the year a couple times. And so I've been through the process, not that, I should have won or whatever. I was appreciative of the award, but I knew the process. And so they knew that. And so they came to me and said, our process is flawed. We've never had anybody that even made it to the regional level, much less the state level in this competition. What can you do to help us? I said, well, then you're not identifying the right people, because I'm sure you've got some great principal candidates in this district. You're just not asking the right questions. And so they had me design a process, and I actually led the process for them the first year. And we sat down, and so the interview team is much like the interview team when you do group for interviewing for an administrative job. You have, maybe somebody from the central office, assistant principal, you have teachers, and you have lay people. And if it's a secondary school, sometimes you even have a student. And many of them don't understand the vernacular, the vocabulary, what am I thinking of? When you use initials,
Jargon and acronyms.
They don't understand what SST is. They don't know what a PLC is. They don't know what a DIBBLE is. They don't know those kinds of things. And so the biggest mistake that you can make in the round 2 interview, when you've got this group that have a variety, that contains, especially if it contains civilians, parents, or community members, they don't know all the jargon and acronyms. And you've got to be able to communicate. You can't say, if they ask you a question, you can't say, well, we'll just do that in PLCs. They don't know what PLCs mean. So that's the first mistake you make. And then the second mistake that you make, just like I was talking about in the principal of the year candidates, when you say, oh, y'all don't know what that means. And so when that particular candidate got through, we had a lady there, and she was obviously very pregnant. She was a local community member, parent. But what he didn't know, that she was also an attorney in Charlotte who had been a teacher and who did know those things. And so when he left, she said, how many times did he call me stupid? I said, I believe I counted 6. So obviously he was not the principal of your candidate. He used inappropriate vocabulary, not profane or obscene, but things that they didn't know, and then pointed out that they didn't know, as if they were less than or deficient. And so back to my screen share here. So when you get asked these questions, remember that the audience that you're in, when they ask you this question to start with, you know, describe what you describe as your leadership style. They don't know all the leadership theories. They don't know if you're a situational, if you're a servant, if you're transformational. They don't know any of those things. So you have to describe. This is a description of a servant leader, a transformational / servant leader. You have to remember who your audience is. Assessment drives instruction. Instead of saying we're going to do this, we're going to do PLC work, we'll say we're going to do data analysis. We're going to develop our teaching strategy based on the needs of students, and we'll plan collaboratively. That's what PLCs do. But you can't just say we'll make sure we do data-driven instruction through the use of PLCs. They don't know what that means. And there's several of these scenarios. So at the second level of interviewing, when you do the group interviews, please remember, when you do the group interviews, make sure that you fit your vocabulary to the group that you're talking with. You're probably not going to make a real emotional connection in the 30, 45 minutes that you're there. But the deal is if you talk over their head or if you point out their deficiencies, you're not going to get the job. So you've got to fit your vocabulary to the group that you're working with. So make sure you do that. At the third level, you're going to do a principal interview, and they're going to ask you the questions. And let me move that out of the way so I can share this with you. They're going to ask you, and here's just, about the first 10 or so, they're going to ask you, and this is where you can use your jargon. This is where you can, acronyms, jargons, you get to show off what you know. But and you're going to get to rolling, and you're going to start, you may start vibrating sympathetically and all that, and you're hitting it off. You're thinking it's going well and everything's good, and then they slide you in the landmine question. And you think it's just a part of the normal conversation, but it's a landmine question. And the landmine question is, and I'm going to ask this one, Andy. Oh, Ann, I hadn't asked Ann one. I got to ask Ann one. I'm sorry, it's Ann. Ann, what are your strengths and weaknesses?
I don't have any weaknesses.
Well, that won't go well. I'll just tell you. So here's the answer. This is, if you don't remember this, write this down. This is always your answer. Your strengths are always dispositional. I'm honest. I'm responsible. I'm on time. I'm caring. I'm sober. I'm appropriate. All of the personal disposition. I'm a grown person. I'm a fully formed professional. These things will not change over time. This is who I am. Your strengths are always dispositional. Pick one or two that you want to talk about. Don't talk about a dozen. One or two things that is really important to you, that your dispositional behaviors as a professional, as a quality person. That's your strengths. Always pick no more than two. The question to your weakness always is inexperience. Always. Because if you're inexperienced, what can you do? You can fix that with more experience. I know what I don't know. I know I need to get trained in teacher observation or entering disciplinary data in, or I know the things, but I intend to take care of those right away. I can grow. I can fix my weaknesses. If I'm lazy or not irresponsible or not on time, I can't fix those. I'm already an adult. If I was 6 or 8 years old, I might could fix that. But so the answer to the strengths and weaknesses question, always, my strengths are dispositional, things that are not going to change. I'm honest, I'm forthright, I'm responsible, I'm dependable, etc. And my weaknesses are always inexperience, always. Things that I can fix. They are not character flaws. They're simply content that I don't have yet. but that I will get quickly with experience. That's always the answer. And then the fourth interview that you will have will be with the superintendent, and you will talk about big ideas. You won't talk about how to run, the bus schedule or something like that. You'll talk about big ideas, and those will center around future ready kids, 21st century, those kinds of things. And I've got the proper documentation. Now, you can't just say 21st century skills. You have to be able to define it. We know in North Carolina, we define that as a future ready kid. I have a document that shows you what future ready is. And if you don't know how to implement 21st century skills, I've got a document on how to implement 21st century skills. And so those are the big idea things that you're going to talk about with the superintendent, because they want to know that, down the road, a lot of superintendents and area superintendents now are doing AP interviews, because guess what, they want to try to figure out what they can do to you in 2 or 3 years. Is this person a principal candidate? Can they think beyond just, what little bit that they know? So the superintendent interview is going to be big ideas. All right, so those are the 4 types. Again, the applicant pool with all those different more technical things that you got to know, reasoning activity or data disaggregation or watching a video, or the Gallup, trying to figure out if you're dispositionally able to do this job or right for this job. That's the first level. Second level is we're going to put you in a room with people who aren't school professionals and see how you interact with parents and lay people or people at the central. Does your vocabulary match the group? Can you adapt? And do you understand that you got to be able to communicate with people other than folks you work with? Third level is going to be the principal. They're going to ask you all these things, your goals and all that stuff, and where you want to be in 5 years and all that. But they're always going to slip that strengths and weaknesses questioning. Strengths are always dispositional. Weaknesses are always inexperience. Fourth level, the superintendent's going to talk to you about big ideas, big things. You got to know how to implement 21st century skills, and you got to know what a kid looks like. What's at the end of the problem? What are we trying to produce here? That's called a future ready kid. All right, so those are the 4 levels that you have. Now, I have some other documents in here that I want to cover with you in terms of interviewing. If you don't know some of the things that, again, here's the questions. If you're not sure what the questions would look like, here they are. Here's the document I have, how to implement. There are 6 intentional steps that you do to implement 21st century skills. See, everybody will say, yeah, 21st century, and they'll say, when the superintendent say, well, how do you go about doing that? Right here. And these 6 right here. And then, or the superintendent will say, well, what does this kid look like? Well, he's a future ready kid. That's what he looks like. And so you got to know that what that is. All right. 5 questions you should never ask. If they give you questions to ask, I always say, "Is anything you'd like to ask us?" Here are the 5 things you never ask. When will I be promoted? How long I got to be AP? Well, we can solve that problem. You wait at the AP level, we won't hire you. What's the salary again? Do not talk salary during the interview process. They don't know how many years of experience, national board pay, especially at the principal level. They're not allowed to speak to you. Only HR can talk to you about this. So this should not be a part of the interviewing process. It's a negotiation afterwards. When can I expect a raise? What kind of flex time options do I have? You're already asking for time off or not coming. Again, we have times. Any questions that shows you not been listening. So my example there is I visited Aquanetta over at Hickory Grove. I was on my way to Fayetteville to teach class, and so I stopped at Hickory Grove, check on Aquanetta. She's the principal there. A couple of my interns that I had 2 who were interning there, and came in and it was September. And they had the board up out front, how they do in schools, especially elementary schools. Welcome our new staff members. And it had Miss Davis, new assistant principal. So I went in to see Aquanetta, see how she was doing. Said, how's Miss Davis doing? I trained her. So I've already let her go. It ain't even cold weather yet. You've been around me too long, Aquanetta. What was the deal? She said, well, she came and interviewed for the job and she knew that we were a late start elementary. If those of you who don't know, Hickory Grove is on the east, south, is kind of the central or south central, far east corner of Mecklenburg County. They have one of the original, I guess, 5 Smart Starts from back in the 1970s. When I say they have a Smart Start, that is a pre-K. But they don't just have it as a in name. They have a whole school, a building that serves that whole eastern side of Mecklenburg County. It's a whole school of pre-K, and it's on the same campus as the elementary. They share buses, but they have their own cap. I mean, it's a big deal getting everybody in and out. They've got 1,200 kids at the elementary and 800 over at the pre-K at the Smart Start. They're on the same campus. So they start the pre-Ks first and get all them in, get all the cars, all the parents, all the buses in. And so they don't start the elementary. They start them at 8:30. They start the elementary at 9:30. Well, that means they go to 4:30 every day over at the elementary school. And so, I mean, the kids are still in the building until 4:30, and then teachers can leave at 5. And after she went through this process and hired Miss Davis, as soon as she got the job and as soon as school started, she went in and told the principal, I have to leave at 4 o'clock every day to pick my kids up. I can't let you leave at 4 o'clock every day. I would be in violation of state law. You got to stay and serve your contract. You can't leave the building while kids are here. Why didn't you tell me this? Well, you wouldn't have hired me if I told you this up front. So not understanding if she hired you, she can also fire you. And so we don't talk about flex time, but we have to be honest in that up front. If you know that the building won't get any closer to your house, or the traffic won't get any better just because you get the job. So you can't be talking about flex time options. If you start that conversation, I'll just go ahead and clue you in. You won't get that job. So those are the things that you don't ask during the interviews. All right. Let's see. 5 things you need to bring. A current resume, a cover letter, have your references with up-to-date contacts, strategic plan and a portfolio. Strategic plan, that's if they've asked you to look at their data. And your portfolio, what we do in Mels is, we didn't have you do it. We figured y'all had something of this ilk from EDCI. In TaskStream, we have students, I have a template for them to use. They go in and create a webfolio that is shareable. You can share the link, and it has the artifacts, the important ones that they think, pictures, agendas, video of the work that they've done during their clinical experience, the year or 2 years, according to how long we've had them, either a year or 2. And we put it in a folio that they can share with prospective employers. They love that. They love it. It's really simple. I mean, they just click on the link and it's communication. And here's what I did. And they don't have to write much. It's just, here's a picture of me leading this parent group, and it's wonderful. It's that thing. And so that portfolio, I'm sure y'all have things like that from EDCI, but we created a separate one for our folks because that's a big part of getting an administrative job. Folks love to see that kind of stuff. They don't want to read stuff. They want to see it. I'm keeping an eye on our time here. I'll quickly show you what that looks like. This is what we do. I'm not saying you have to do this. I'll do this. But when you go into TaskStream, you can do it yourself. I can put you in if you want to do it. Just let me know. Under folios and web pages, not under your DRF. You just go in and you can create one of your own. I can turn this function on for you where you can do it. And you go in and it's just it's just this simple. Custom template. It's designed by your learning community. I've already built the template for you. Competencies for 21st century leaders continue. You pick what you want. I like butterflies today. Fly. Preview. And there it is. And I've created this folio. And you don't have to follow the rules here, but I tell mine where it, well, one of them needs to be digital. We also can submit this and get their digital teaching and learning credits, or their renewal credits for their license. They just have to submit this in their transcript. And each of these you put them in, and it's just that simple to build one, because I've already done the template. And then this is what it looks like. Okay, so Lee, I'll do that. And so I'll
Thank you.
send you, I'll send you an email that's a 2.5-minute video on how to do what I just did. So I've got a video. I mean, it's just that simple. I'll just need to turn this function on for y'all. So let's see. Anera got hers. And you get a link that looks like this. Or your person does, and it links right to their folio, just like that. And you know, now she did a little extra, where she did a little explanation. You don't have to do much. And then here's a Zoom meeting you can watch. It's just a little quick video of me leading a PLC. It's just that simple. This is very powerful in getting hired. If you think you want a job, you should do this. I can't recommend this highly enough as to have that. Some folks in lieu of doing this, the alternative is kind of do a 2-page summary of your evidence work that you did in your program and tell people what you did. This is not. This is what one looks like for us. This is not as powerful as that digital portfolio. I'll just tell you, but it is an alternative if you want to do something like that. But they want to see what you did. They like the portfolio. They like seeing something that proves that you did what you said you did. This is plan B, but plan A is a digital portfolio, which we require all of ours to do it.
I also did it on a Google site because I just applied for a district office job, and had some people look at it and they were amazed with it.
Yes. Thank you, Mary. I mean, if it's pictures, if it's pictures or videos, man, they're just like kids in a candy store. You couldn't make them happy. It is so impressive. I don't know if I mentioned this, Mary. 3 of the last 6 APs that were hired in Wake, 2 weeks ago. Now there were 7 that were hired. 1 of them was interim. 3 of the 6 were ours. They were actually mine from Athens Drive. And so, but there's a reason why our folks get hired. I won't say it's having any contact with me. This digital portfolios they love. But Mary's exactly. You can do it in Google. You can do it on your own. You can do it through TaskStream. I can, give you this one. I mean, it's really easy. I mean, you can make your own in TaskStream. You don't even have to use my template. If you want to, that's fine. But I would, probably easier just to, to build your own. And you can play with that. But yeah, I'll turn that function on for y'all where y'all can do that. You need that digital portfolio. I just think it's better than that written 2-page summary. That's just too old school. That's last century.
I know when I was at High Point University, we had to do that, and I interviewed for a position with another lady, and she had a notebook and pages were hanging out, of her notebook. And so when I went in, the principal said, well, do you have a notebook? I said, you mean what she just brought in with pages hanging out? No, I have mine on my web page. Let me show you. Needless to say, I got the position, so
yes,
it works.
So you folks, I'm preaching to the choir here. You folks know, you understand. That's exactly right. It's a great example. If somebody comes in and they're disorganized, got no ring binder or whatever, you know, did did they ride a mule to work that day? I mean, you know, that's way back in the last century. Everything needs to be digital now. You know, that 2-page summary, that's old school. That won't help you get a job, but a digital portfolio will. And then, you know, we're getting close to the end here, folks. If you don't know what dispositional soft skills are, it's, you know, what we commonly refer to as emotional intelligence. It's work ethic, positive attitude, communication, time management, self-confidence. These are the 5. When they ask you what your strengths are, these would be the things that you would, you know, and responsibility, ethical behavior, you know, work ethic, communication, time management. These are the things that you would highlight in that. These are my strengths kind of things. If you're not sure that you know what soft skills are, or what we've commonly referred to as emotional intelligence, this is what they are. And then here are my top 10 for interviews. These are the things that I think are very important. Dress for success. If you wear a wig, wear your best wig. It's okay. I had a fellow that came and interviewed for a job, and he wore his everyday wig. He didn't wear his best wig, and it was kind of canted to the side like this. And I swear I couldn't tell if he's looking at me or at the wall next to him. I just couldn't hire him. If you wear a wig, wear your best wig. Wear your best clothes. You can't be overdressed for an interview. I know that's kind of last century thinking, but you can't be overdressed for an interview. You can always dress less. But if you come, you know, looking like you just got off the 3rd shift at the mill, and we know it ain't gonna get any better, we worry about what you're gonna wear next week when we hire you. Take your portfolio, your summary. You know, if you got to take the summary, be prepared to leave it with them. It's best, as I just said, to do a digital portfolio. Research the school administration, look at that. Generally, they have you do that during the data disaggregation. If they didn't, do it on your own. Know the background of the administrative team. You know, don't make jokes about stupid PE teacher the principal might have been for. Know what you don't know. That's when you can speak to your weaknesses. I know that I only have ever seen EVOS from the teacher portal. I know there's an administrative portal. I'll learn it. I've only seen Power School from the teacher portal, but I know there's an administrative portal that has about 93 more things in it, including disciplinary data collection, which is a bear. But I'm going to learn that right away. Power Source, or whatever system you use for teacher evaluation. I know that we have a matrix on our required evaluations that if I don't go get certified to do them right quick, and you folks probably already are, that I won't be able to do my part, and everybody will have to fill in for me, and it'll make the team, it'll drag the team down. I'll do that. You know, I don't know how the RTI works here, or MTSS or PBIS, but I know what they are, and I'll adapt really quickly. And I don't know what financial system you use for your budget yet, but I will find out darn quickly, and I will not make a mistake with the money. Be able to speak to instruction and the bottom line, student achievement. We already know that because that's what it's all about. Have a humorous anecdote how you were able to turn a negative into a positive. Be prepared to discuss hours and responsibilities honestly. I've already talked to you about that. Again, the building won't get any closer or the traffic any less just because you got the job. Know your strengths and weaknesses. Again, your strengths are always dispositional. Your weaknesses are always inexperience. Don't discuss salary, experience steps, national board pay. That's for human resources. Nobody that's interviewing you is going to have any of that information. Don't engage in gossip or negative talk, because principals talk. They go to principals meeting regularly. They have friends. And then number 10. And you can read the rest of these later for the first time you know what you need to be able to do at your the first faculty meeting once you get your job. But because of our time, I'll stop on this. And this is my all-time pet peeve of all pet peeves. Do not interview for a job that you know you wouldn't take just to get experience in interviewing. That's not the responsibility of the person interviewing. You know, Heather was talking, we started this conversation today. Jennifer and I started this conversation today with, you know, You've got an emergency. You've got a room that's empty. You're trying to get the best person you can find as quickly as you can find. I don't have time to work with you as principal of the school to get you experience an interview. So that, or tell you what questions we ask in this district. So when you go to the good school, you'll know how to answer the questions. That is so insulting to that administrator. If you don't think administrators don't talk about things like that, or won't put a hold on you in a heartbeat. I may be the principal at the local slaughterhouse. I get that, but it's my slaughterhouse and it's personal to me. That you would come and oh, I've never worked a place like this, or it's too far, or traffic's too bad. You knew that before you came. Do not ever interview for a job that you're not going to take, that you know up front, just so that you get the questions. That is insulting to everybody involved, and that will get you faster than anything else that you can do. So if you live in one end of Mecklenburg County and you know that the job is in the other end, and this notion, well, I'll get it, maybe I can transfer somewhere else, or maybe they'll let me adjust my hours. No. If it's too far, or the traffic's too bad, or you don't want to work in that kind of school because the population is too rough, or they're too something, or not enough of something else, don't go. That's the biggest mistake that you can make. This notion is all interviews, I get more experience. It's not an experience thing. Interviewing who you are comes through, and if you know the rules and you understand what interviews and what kind of questions, it's not about experience interviewing. It's about who you are, the dispositional behaviors that you have. It's about your self-awareness. I know my strengths. I acknowledge my weaknesses. I know the law. I understand that this is about student achievement. It's about. I had one that got a job this week, and I just finished. I went to my first interview. It's not about time. It's about talent. If you don't have talent, you can interview 73 times and not get the job. If you got talent, you can get it on the first one. This notion of experience interviewing, that's a fallacy. That's a wives' tale. That really has nothing to do with it. You've got to be able to sit down and look at somebody and convince them that you can be a valued member of the team, that you can add value, that you're a quality person, that you're not going to do something stupid and have us on the news tomorrow. That's the notion here. So this idea that I go to every job that's advertised, I go to get interview and experience. Well then, but there's no job in interviewing. I mean, you've got to experience interviewing, but that's not the job. You need experience in getting the job. And so that's it for me. All right, so tomorrow in my Facebook account, I'm not a Facebooker, but I do have an account for my Senate pictures and all that stuff. I have uploaded the Jake's video for tomorrow. And so if you will bear with me while I've got you here, let's double check and make sure that it's going to work. If not, we'll figure it out. So we'll be ready to roll in the morning. So let me share my screen and see if y'all can hear this thing. So let me go to, let's see if I can do this. Can y'all see that? Can you hear it? So y'all can see and hear that?
No, we can't hear it. Did you share your sound when you shared your screen?
Okay, that's what I was talking about. So unmute yourself and talk to me here so we can get this right. I thought somebody stuck their thumb up and I said, could you hear it?
No, we could see it, but we couldn't hear it.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna go back here and see if we get this thing to see if that's the important part.
If you're looking for leadership, you don't always have to.
I can hear that there's sound, but I can't hear what is happening. Like I can't understand it. And then it's just the first few seconds and then the sound goes away.
Did you unshare the screen? And so now in the lower left-hand corner, when you go to share, there should be something that the share sound. Itty bitty checkbox in the lower left-hand corner as soon as you hit the share screen on Zoom.
Oh, as soon as I hit share screen,
Mm-hmm. In the lower left-hand corner of where you have to like pick which
Positionally,
screen.
you are in a state
Yeah,
of
we
leadership,
can hear it now.
but mentally and emotionally, you really haven't got a grip on what
Okay.
life has handed you.
is it full screen
And
now?
if you don't know what you have, you
And
don't
it's
know how to
working?
take care of
can
it.
hear it.
Yay!
If you don't know how to take care of it, you can mess around and lose it.
Okay.
And I'm going to share some things with you that I think are very, very helpful for you to realize. First of all, I want you to understand that when you're and you want to do what has to be done, you're asking for trouble.
All right, we're back. That's what we're going to watch tomorrow. And we're going to talk specifically about confidants, colleagues, and comrades. And so that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. I ran just a little bit long today, but we're still out of a reasonable time. I appreciate your time and attention today. We'll be on at 9 in the morning. I'll do a quick, we won't do a devotional tomorrow. Steve and I have agreed so that we can get right in, since this is a devotional that we're doing tomorrow. I will do our prayer, which is in the morning. I've got it already picked out for this week, but we'll go right into things tomorrow. Thank you for being with me today. Does anybody have anything for the good of the group before we close? All right, we're done. I will see you in the morning at 9. Everybody have a good afternoon. Thank you.